look like we are hot. We are hot. Good evening, everyone. Caddie here with you tonight, feeling rather relaxed and moderately productive, so that's a good sign. But anyway, it's Monday. It's a happy day to be here as usual, and I'm happy to see any and all of you. Hello, Wild. Welcome in, Foxy. Today we're in a nice, apparently sunrise world I'm inside of a yacht. And it's really fancy. But I picked a nice place that had a good view behind me, including a big fish tank. Short answer, the last 7 days have been an adventure. Not a bad one, just I want to classify it as adventure. So, last Monday was stream, obviously. We did this, we did the thing, we came, we talked, we had a fun, and life ends. I go to bed. So, Tuesday, I had a lot of homework for myself. First off, I needed to make sure I got grocery shopping done because the car was going to be gone for 2 days, and I wanted to make sure the Fopsy had what she needed to eat. So I went and did a nice, valid grocery shopping, including making sure we had some of her favorite fresh vegetables for salads, the thing that makes her most happy when I'm not around. So I did that. And I was pretty successful in my shopping trip. I think I got everything I'd actually put on the list, though there's a couple things that I wish were available that currently aren't. Walmart still doesn't have banana chips, but Meijer does, so I'll buy theirs. They taste the same, it's just I think the Walmart ones were a little bit cheaper. Such is life. So, did the grocery shopping thing, brought stuff home, got it all put away, hip-de-hooty, awesome. We're on point so far. Next, now the car had been emptied of groceries, I needed to get all of my sister's crap into the car. So right away, after finishing unloading the groceries, went right into loading her boxes. She'd left me what she could not pack into the moving vehicle on her last go out of here, out of Fort Wayne back to Apollo. And having looked at it and looked at the car and known what I can put in the car on average, I thought, yeah, I'll get all those boxes, plus her vacuum cleaner and the computer chair. I didn't see a problem with any of this. This all seemed 100% logically possible. I was not super concerned. I did not succeed completely. Now, I'm not going to say I failed at using space, because, dear God, I used all the space I could. Hello, Phantom. Welcome in, you fabulous otter / foxy creature. So, getting all of the boxes plus the cardboard she wanted me to save her bunnies. Yes, she made me pack her cardboard packing material for the bunnies. This is what she considered was important. Very well. I got almost all of it in the car. And I have come to the conclusion my sister has a fetish for coolers. Either that or they just had to be the last thing they couldn't get all packed. Because in this carload, I had, I think, at least 8 different coolers. Ranging in size from could hold maybe a 6-pack of sodies to you could, put a couple 24-packs in there. Even one that had a little car outlet thingy so you could plug it into your the cigarette lighter port in your car, and it would actually make cold. So, officially, according to me, my sister has a coolers fetish. I'm okay with that. To be fair, I think we technically have about the same number, but I don't have the affiliation with most of them. Most of them are ones that mom had brought things to my house in and said, here, keep the cooler. I'm like, okay. And I put it in the garage. And our two actual big useful coolers I got at different times because we needed it. One, ages ago, for traveling to and from an event, needed to be able to keep meat cold. And the other one, I wanted to get one that was big enough to house my pot to marinate to brine a turkey over a couple of days. So it needed to be big enough for my brine pot to fit into it, tall enough and big enough around. The other one we already had was not quite tall enough or big enough around. That's the only reason I got a second good cooler. So, yeah. I was even very more efficient than when she left the stuff with us. I reloaded some items into other things because, like, the biggest cooler was empty. So I put stuff inside of that cooler. And in the end, I got almost everything in the car. Two of the pieces of cardboard packing material did not make it in the car, and her chair did not make it in the car. I got her vacuum cleaner in, and the cheetah statue, which had no packing around it. I just had to figure out a way to keep that safe. So the vacuum cleaner and the cheetah statue were in the front of the car, in the passenger seat, keeping my glove box more or less shut and giving me no access to my water bottle supply location. I worked around this. I put a couple of water bottles on the passenger seat in case my fluids were running low. I was still prepared. Always be prepared. Very important lesson for all of you. Additionally, I packed some other supplies up there. One, my backpack with a clean t-shirt for the next day. I wasn't going to shower there. I was just going for overnight and driving back home. Toothbrush and stuff. My laptop. The other laptop. And, of course, a myriad of cables for charging as needed. And milk pills were in there just in case. I'm always prepared for that. And I think the pill minder was in there. The one that I usually keep the miscellaneous going out pill set, like some ibuprofen, some Tylenol, some other stuff, just to make sure in case whatever happens. In case. And that backpack sat on the front seat along with some snacky snacks, several beef sticks, bag of trail mix we already had open, and an unopened pack of banana chips, a full-size bag from Meijer. And I packed the caffeinated cherry drink mix that all you have to do is squirt it into a water bottle and it makes, flavored drink. Specifically, this one is the caffeinated one. So the car was packed to the gills by the time Tuesday night was getting to an end. And I managed to get some sewing done between all of that and getting some dinner in my face hole. And then I played games Tuesday night with all of you. I see Phantom sipping or taking notes there. Yee. And Wednesday morning I woke up. I set the alarm for 8 a.m. With the intention of getting out of bed by a little after 8. I wasn't thinking, oh, magically you're going to want to wake up at 8 in the morning and get up and start moving right away. I'm not that stupid. So I got up, milled around a good bit, got coffee in me, made myself an egg sandwich on a English muffin with a sausage patty. It was tasty, filling. 4 total shots of espresso in my face. Very important on that. I put on as mom-safe a clothing as I could. Black shorts with green trim and the new Anthracon t-shirt, which was a black t-shirt. I was not wearing pink. Not my usual MO, but not stuff that isn't mine, so I wasn't being fake around Mom, more along the lines of, I don't want Mom and Dad to feel uncomfortable. I'm not specifically going out of my way to make them feel uncomfortable around me. So I wore what I thought they would enjoy best. End up leaving about 20 to 10. Not bad, honestly. I was hoping to leave about 9, but close enough. And 6-ish hours later, I show up at their house. So the drive wasn't too bad. I did take an extra long pit stop at the Ohio Greeting Center. Stretched my legs a good bit. I'd been in the car for quite a while at that point. And it was good to be out and not sitting in my car for a bit. And I played a little Pokemon Go, and I took out first a raid, and then I took down the gym, and I ownsed it. Then. So, yeah, I was being silly, but I did something that made me happy. Fueled back up, got a good pee there as well. Drove the rest of the way to my parents' house. Soon as I got there, said hi, gave Mom and Dad hugs, and I was like, okay, well, I got a carload of crap. I'm going to start unloading. So I just went out, started pulling in boxes. My sister's husband came down and started helping too. Helped me bring in as much as we could right away. And my sister, who is less physically able as far as hauling shit, stood and helped open the door. Very important thing to remember, my parents' house is old AF, and the back door is in an odd angle, and it's a little bit tighter of a squeeze. Not a big, super wide door, it's a regular size door. So coming in with boxes, trying to make it into that angle, and the fact that since Mom's been having more and more hip issues and walking issues, Dad had established a way for her to easily get up and down out of the back door with either her walker or the wheelchair. So there are boards sitting in front of the back door. I tripped over those several times. John did too. So it was both of us. That was fun. That, and because the door likes to shut real good, real fast, quite a few times I got my arm caught in the door, on the handle or whatever, and banged real good. And I'm like, ow, this is fun. Really a big difference from loading the car in my garage with stuff in the garage to unloading it from their driveway, walking across the plank bridge to the back porch, and then walking it across the porch up to Trip Hazard the doorway into Skinny McSkinnleton the door. I'm glad my sister wants the house and I don't have to worry about that, because she can have it. Her and John can live there happily and enjoy that place. And welcome in Silver. Hi, little Babkin.
Oh, where is it? There it is.
You got your tongue out?
Yes.
Good girl. Mwah. So, by the time I've gotten to my parents' house, it was about 4 o'clock. Now I've finished unloading the car. It's maybe about 5-ish. John took me and showed me the stack of stuff that they'd intended me to take back home that was my things. I turned down quite a bit of it, mind you. I did not need any of the old luggage. It was old, boxy, ugly luggage. And Mom was like, couldn't you put some of your costumes in that? I'm like, Mom, do you see how thin this is? I couldn't get a single head in there. And trying to get bodies into these, hard wooden shell of a old ass suitcase, it's just like, no, this would just never get used. I would sooner just pack laundry bags in my car or big totes, things I could actually use. Little Babkin, that is right, he is a little Babkin, much smaller than me. But I did get several important things done. One, I did get the sewing machine. That was the first major thing that got in the car. And it's not just a sewing machine. Yes, it is a 50-plus-year-old Singer. That definitely still works as far as I know. Last time Mom touched it. It is a beautiful Singer that is 50-plus years old. In a table. So it is in a full wooden sewing machine table, also 50-plus years old. And John and I, it took two of us to carry this thing out to the car. Okay, it's a little table. It looks like an end table, but it weighs, a quarter ton because it's all actual wood, and there's a Singer all-metal sewing machine inside of it. So we got out to the car, and we're like, okay, obviously this cannot sit upright because tall AF, and I drive a hatchback. So like, okay, now we'll just lift it, angle it on the bumper, and slide it on in. And as soon as we did that, we found out Mom had not emptied the drawer. One little long drawer that apparently was completely full of toot, muchly buttons, and from what I can tell, pencils. The pencils stayed mostly in the drawer. The buttons, they went on an adventure. By the time we'd already tipped it over, I was like, all right, I'm not tipping this back over, making a mess of the driveway and trying to pick this up out of the gravel. I'll figure this out when I get home. So we just slid it all the way back to the corner, finished the rest off with the other stuff, including the box of crap my mother thought I needed. Short answer, I didn't. The stuff my sister knew I wanted, G.I. Joe stuff, hell yeah. And a couple of appliances Mom was willing to let me take home, including the bread maker. It's a 1990s bread maker, so it's not stupid old, but not brand new. And hardly been used, so nice toy. And I think it was late aughts, maybe early teens, George Foreman rotisserie cooker that made home with us. So I have a rotisserie and a bread maker that have gotten home. The rotisserie's been sitting in their dining room for ages, and it is dusty AF on the outside. The inside looks perfectly clean. Outside looks kind of dusty musty. So they'll both need cleaning externally still, but hey, not that big of a deal. And I also got two of my big G.I. Joe jets in there. The Skyforce version of the Raven. That's the shiny silver one, not the Night Raven, which was the original Cobra model. And I don't remember the name of the stealth fighter from that was a G.I. Joe one. But it was a long diamond-shaped jet. It was really cool. I've had that since ages. And I was really happy to get both of those, along with a myriad of other vehicles and things in the boxes. So, yay. Enjoyed the rest of the evening then with my parents and my sister and her husband. Talking, discussing things, being good social. It was actually a pleasant visit. Mom was not depressed because I was there long enough. She didn't feel like I was being rushed. Got to look at a few other things and some cleaning that had occurred since John and my sister had been working in that house, and they have really made even more of a dent even since the beginning of July when I visited after Anthrocon. It was a major dent in the upstairs storage room. John has been really helpful at sorting through the boxes and making more sense of them. Mom apparently is not pleased as much when my sister brings the boxes to her and goes through things and says, keep or get rid of, keep or get rid of, keep or get rid of, etc., etc. But it has been productive. Mom and Dad have both been very receptive to the anti-hoarding process that's occurring here. And a lot of stuff has been either getting rid of or at least stored in a more effective fashion. It is funny hearing the difference of description downstairs where Mom could talk about is talking about it, and upstairs where Mom is not. Specifically, there is a pile referred to as the Jesus stuff when you're downstairs. And when you're upstairs, it's referred to then as the pile of Jesus crap. Just put that out there. That's just one example of how things are defined. So, and some things are currently just being semi homed and or not completely gone through. John's actually been sorting through and finding all of the Christmas decorations and putting them in a single specific pile, and then is going to make a more valid attempt at those once we have a full assessment of all of the Christmas stuff, because they probably have enough to Christmas the hell out of that house 5 or 6 times over, because I know of multiple full years worth of decor from when I was a kid, let alone anything they've acquired since then. So there's a lot of crapmas that they need to decide which years of crapmas are the ones we actually like and which ones are either going to be donated or put in the big black bag out front. And apparently you can be a big babkin. I'm pressing X to doubt. So that went quite well. Most of the time while I was there, the TV was either playing like really old sitcom-y stuff, and I mean like 60s and 70s, early 70s stuff, or cowboys. For a little bit, we had apparently the cooking channel on, but that didn't last long. I would have rather that more than the other stuff. Granted, they were watching something like kids cooking show, and that was kind of boring. There we go. Oh, that fixes. And that got real big. Ugh. I don't like you, tool. You have unimproved. Where's the unlock button? I know the edit button's gone now. Settings. Unlock. Can I edit this window? Settings. No, that's not helpful. Does it have an edit? No. I hate when they change things. This was perfectly fine, but no, we had to edit how the window system worked. Also, it's frozen. So is it actually there? Oh, it minimized, that's why. In all of my fun, I actually re-minimized it. Good enough. I'll play with that later. Scooch over here because I can see me stupid big. So I don't like you, machine. Thank you. So we had dinner. My sister did the cooking because that's actually one of the things she's been doing since she moved there. She made Dad and John hamburgers, which makes them happy. Dad had 2 burgers and some watermelon. He cut up the watermelon himself. And John had 4 hamburgers because he eats 4 hamburgers. It's a little much, if you ask me. He should have had a little bit of a vegetation with that, maybe. Yeah, this is not healthy. But she's been a really good, I'm going to say, short order cook nowadays because she made burgers for them and she made fun stuff for me, Mom, and her. We did tacos. So she made a pan of taco meat. I came out and helped. I did the cheese shredding for her. And it was like refried beans, lettuce, onions, some other stuff. 4 hamburgers, and I thought, I know. He's been cutting down. He got down to 4 hamburgers. And we're talking quarter-pound patties here, not like little sliders or anything. I find Dad's 2 nice-sized hamburgers a reasonable option. I do not find the 4 cheeseburgers a reasonable choice. Not exactly a healthy choice. And I'll switch that monitor. Thank you. There we go. Need to earn points somewhere. Neck love. Aw. Hi, Tanya. Welcome in. So we sat around after dinner and we talked more and did the whole socialize with the family thing, which wasn't too bad. They tried to convince me to take home more stuff that I definitely was not having. If it was literally garbage, I said so right there. I was like, it would just be me taking this home and I would be throwing this away. Or if I had absolutely no care for it. Mom wanted me to take home this one bedspread comforter thing. And it's like, it's white with like roses and vines on it. It wasn't mine. I don't remember it on any one specific bed in my youth. It had no sentimental value whatsoever. I did not care for it. In fact, I kind of thought it was ugly. So there's that. And we already have a closet full of spare blankets. I've been a blanket hoarder myself for ages. I have plenty that I like. Different textures, different weights, different sizes. I'm a bigger fan of bigger blankets whenever possible. Well, I actually opt to get the king-size blankets whenever I can because then there's a little more to curl up in. Well, and a little more to share. But in any case, yes, I have blankets. I have a lot of good blankets. I have more than I will probably need for the rest of my life in this house. I was not taking home another ugly blanket. I was already been thinking about downsizing some of the blanket supplies we have that we know we don't care about. So, I said no to that. And apparently my baby blanket. Now, I understand some of you may still have your baby blankets. And that's actually perfectly fine. I am not going to complain at you for doing that. In fact, cool. But I didn't keep a direct attachment to my baby blanket passed when I was, let's just say, a baby. It didn't come with me to my real bed. I don't even, in my conscious recalling of life, I don't remember ever, ever actually using it for anything. So I apparently used it as a baby, and then it went into storage, and now my mother thinks I want it. I said, donate it, keep it yourself. I don't care. It actually has no attachment to me. I have nothing for this. It would just literally be taking up space, and I would have forgotten what it was about within a couple of days. She was not happy with that, so I stopped pressing on any other piece of crap she was trying to send me home with. And at that point, I was like, I will throw this stuff away when I get home. That will save time and effort. I will just deal. Good news, though, is even with all the weird big stuff I had brought home with me, I went from a car that was full to the ceiling and the passenger seat was completely loaded to my backpack now sat in the foothole in front of the passenger seat, which was full on the way up. And I had an even level back of the car. I could see out the back window 100%. Okay, 99.9% because one of the G.I. Joe jets slid off where it was. And I had like part of a wing sticking up, but I could see all the way around. It was just a bit of wing. Elsewise, yeah. I went back with about half load at best, and that was definitely pleasing. I also ended up with a couple of fun acquisitions. Long after my sister and I had moved out originally, she had neighbor kids, and, you know, if their parents were ever having socialization, she wanted to have something that the neighbor kids could play with. So she bought a box of Legos and some more Lego sets to go with it. And she had them in the living room for the longest time. All those children have moved on over the years, and now that box was now sitting in storage, and she was like, here. I was like, yay, Legos, mine. Hi, low midnight. Welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. I hope you enjoy your stay. We're babbling about last week. Specifically, my adventure to see my parents right now. So I got that box of Legos, including several small sets I saw in there. I haven't gone through it too thoroughly yet, but yay, Legos. Not a problem there. Also a box from my sister. Something she had found in her stuff that had been mentioning she was going to give to me, and that was her Legos from when we were younger. So that box of stuff got handed to me and said, here you go. These are yours now. And I'm like, oh, yes. I know she had a couple of sets that I thought were actually pretty cool as a kid. A couple of different horse barn sets out of the town section and out of the first girly Lego sets where it was lots of pastels and less construction. Kind of a, symptom of what was to come in both directions. If anything, the construction of those sets is similar to the construction of most normal Lego sets now. And the status of the girly Lego sets is worse, 10 times fold that direction. So, yeah. But, I mean, the late 80s barn set I know is in there, and that girly Lego barn set's in there, and some other small stuff that I look forward to erecting. I think even she had the late 80s Lego camper set. Pretty sure Grandma got her that at some point. I look forward to extracting that and adding that to my arsenal, because that was a pretty cool set based around, late 80s Lego car size, and the trailer, the camper, was also that same width. Again, some cool nostalgic items for me. This is stuff that I would think of nostalgic and I would look forward to, so that is a good find. Um, but yeah, that's some good homework for me. I'll definitely be digging into that happily. Also got some scrap fabrics that they found. I don't know if anything's useful or not, but I got it, so it's sitting there. Um, so yeah, some Legos, some GI Joes. Some of the model train stuff is in there. I didn't get much of that on this trip. There was already just some in the boxes of what what was sorted through. So, like, I think there was an engine and a caboose in HO scale and some buildings that happen to be sitting around that got in my box of stuff. Hi, Caddie. How are you? I am doing just fine, Gelneri. How are you? I put the GI Joe vehicles out in the garage for now. Our garage is fine. It's not like it's a bad environment. It's a just not air conditioned room of the house. So it's secure. It's still attached to the house. I can still walk out there in my socks. That's how much our garage is still a good room. Hi, Nepal. Welcome in. Wow, it says hi, Nepal too. Yay. And I put the train parts out there as well. Some little plastic buildings, some of which are constructed, some not, some people, some bushes and trees and things. Basic decor. And I've been told that, yes, Dad is going to let me take whatever trains they find as soon as they can get to them. They know which closet they're probably hiding in. It's kind of blocked off right now with drywall. And that will be getting extracted soon. And next time I visit, hopefully I'll be able to swipe that along with more of the baking supplies, which I know where are. I know the cabinet they're in, and I know that is piled to the wall with stuff in the kitchen. So I accept that was kind of blocked off right now. If anything, when I mentioned the rotisserie cooker when I visited, and Mom said, yes, John jumped up right that second. He's like, there's a thing I can get out of this room. He ran out there, climbed over the crap to get it extracted, and is like, here you go. He opened the flap, like, and the instructions are in it. You are good to go. Just jumped on here briefly. Gonna go make some dinner real quick. Yay! We'll get you some nom-noms there, good plushie. Get that food in ya. But yeah, loading went great. The drive there wasn't too bad. I was A-okay with how it went. I did make it through my big cup of tea and some flavored water on the way there. And a couple of the beef sticks, so not too bad. And I used an MP3 player jacked into the aux jack on the stereo for the trip both ways, so I had a good variety of music for 6 hours each direction. This was pleasing. I think my mother and sister were both concerned by how little I ate when I was there. I took one larger tortilla, put meat, refried beans, and lettuce on it, and I was happy. Whereas my sister had two smaller ones, quite well loaded. Mom had a smaller one, quite well loaded. And I only had one little piece of the watermelon. And they're like, are you okay? I'm like, I don't eat as much as I used to. I've actually been really cutting back. She's like, well, you said all you had this morning was an egg sandwich on an English muffin. I was like, yeah. And two beef sticks on the way here. Two little beef sticks. Don't forget those. That's food. Hey, Nepal. Yay. But they accepted in the end. And I realized as I was getting ready for bed that night at around 1:30, and I went to the bathroom, I had not peed since Ohio. That was 12 hours ago at that point. I went 12 hours between going pee. And it wasn't that I was sitting there holding, like, crossing my legs, like, I need to get ready for bed. I should go pee. And I go out there like, waterfall. Oh, yeah. I haven't peed since then, huh? Well, it's a lot of water. Hey, Phantom. Hey, Wild. Yay. Mom specifically insists that I take her bed Wednesday night. She insisted, and she slept downstairs on a recliner. And my sister slept down there to keep her company and to make sure she was going to be okay. Mom needs help getting up to go to the little grandma's room, as it were. So she would need some help getting on and off of that chair. My sister has actually been getting really good at helping with that, so she was there to do that apparently twice that night. And my sister then slept on one of the other recliners in the living room. This is convenient as they're all short. While I was down there hanging out, I'd sat on one of the recliners, the one I slept on, and I say that in the absolute loosest of terms. Last time I stayed overnight there, and yeah, as I put the feet up, the back of the footrest was just below my knee. So like my knee was on the footrest, and a tiny bit of my shin was on the footrest. And then the rest of my legs were hanging off. So, good on them for all wanting to sleep down in the recliners for a night. I appreciate that, especially since it was just one night while I was visiting. And then I slept on Mom's bed upstairs, which, not to sugarcoat it, it's a hospital bed. They actually had a hospital bed delivered and was covered by the insurance. So they own outright a hospital bed up in her room. Mom was actually shocked I did not play with the buttons while I slept there, and I was just like, yeah, no, I don't need to play with buttons. I just curled up and slept as best I could. Oh, welcome in, Fleminier. It was a little interesting. I normally have 2 pillows at home, 2 nice big foofy ones. Mom has one thin, extra soft pillow. And since it's a hospital bed, it's just a mattress, not a mattress, and like anything else. So it was really thin. It wasn't bad. It wasn't like super uncomfy in that nature. It was actually nice and soft. It had a good mattress texture to it, but it was also thin. And by its nature, because it's designed for all of the just in case of what can happen at a hospital, the mattress underneath the sheet has a plastic cover as part of it. Yes, in some senses, I find that fun. I'm though sleeping on my mother's bed, so the fun nature of that completely goes right out the window. That is done. It is no longer a fun. It is a, yes, this is just how it's existing right now. So, I managed to fall asleep after I was chatting on a couple of people's streams. Big shout out and thank you again to Nyla, Tricky Tiger, Vice Cream, Snow vs. the World, and Ryder Fluff. The 5 of them gave me a little bit of connection back to my at-home life and my online existence here, because those are the ones that I got on and I chatted with a little bit while I was there, and they made me feel wanted and loved while I was stuck in waiting around for my body to let me go to sleep. So again, thank you to the 5 of them. They were all very important streamers. They really did a good job. Yes, Mom has a hospital bed up in her room now. But it is fully posable, though, if you want to do the whole legs go up, back goes up into a seating position, etc., etc. It does all the things. I did not do any of those things. So, yeah, I slept there and I woke up in the morning. And fortunately, since I'd already packed the car, I didn't have to do too much in the AM. Just make sure I was fully awake before I started to drive the car. Bed goes up, bed goes down, head goes up, head goes down. Yep, that kind of bed. So I was just going to make myself something easy for breakfast. Mom already let me know she had a lot of eggs. There were more than 24 eggs in the fridge. So I was like, all right, I'll make myself a quick egg Sammy. They don't have English muffins or anything. They're like, oh, there's white bread. That'll work. So I got a couple pieces of white bread, threw them in the toaster. I brought some K-cups of Dunkin' Donuts coffee with me, and Mom has a Keurig. So I made myself one of them and left my sister the other three. I was like, here you go. You can have good coffee. You can drink some non-instant for a couple of days. And she was very appreciative of that. This is a good thing. And I was like, all right, I'll make an egg sandwich. This can't be too hard. Found a small frying pan. Perfect. Plastic spatch. Great. This is all good. Cooking spray. Cooking spray. Cooking spray. I found a can of cooking spray. And I think I know I would have been better off had I just put a little bit of veggie oil in the pan and wiped it around. Because cooking spray was flavored. It was butter flavored cooking spray. Yuck. So I made my one egg in the pan and put it on the toast. Salt and pepper, of course. Nothing too fancy, just your basic. And oh my god, that butter flavor, and I use that word as loosely as I can, was keka. And it, even with coffee and soda going in, it lingered hard. In fact, it lingered about at least a third of the way home of me drinking Diet Pepsi and eating banana chips to try and get the flavor out of my mouth. Yuck. 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 Keka. Make one want to throw up. Yucky flavored. Not something you're looking forward to by far. Poopy. Thank you. Oh, and hi, Jack. Welcome in. Turn it, close my window again. Thank you. So, yeah, the egg was fine. Throw a yes, but I'm at my parents' house. And I made this piece of food, and I was not going to waste it. I ate it all the way down. And didn't say a damn thing till I'd left the house. But it filled my tummy, and that's the important part. And things went quite well travel-wise. Left there about 10 a.m. Everything was looking fine to me getting home right about 4 p.m. 6 hours again, near on the penny. Same usual rest stop, the Ohio Greeting Station on the way back in. Far enough for me to be about a half tank of gas. And then me to be about a little over a quarter tank when I got home. Not bad. Not bad at all. And as I was almost home, I'm like, okay, I'm going to give Fopsy a treat. Hi, Unky Ty. Welcome in. How you doing, Big Snuggle Fluff? So, as I'm almost home and I'm in New Haven, which is just southeast of where we live. Good, I finally figured out my gender. Oh, really? What'd you decide on? Um, I was like, okay. On the right side of the road, there is an Arby's. So I just pulled in there and I grabbed two of the medium-sized roast beef sandwiches, the double meat-sized, large value meals with coily fries and diet coax. Semilasian. What that mean? It was interesting trying to order because I tried to say value meal to the person on the other end of the speaker and like, what do you mean value meal? I'm like, when you have fries and a drink? Oh, okay. And then yeah, she understood in the end. That was pretty tasty. It was good to come home to something filling and tasty that both made me and Fopsy happy food-wise. I will click on that and look at it later. Oh my god, that minimized my chat. Oh, did that minimize my chat? Please tell me that. No, 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 no. Where are you? Docs, Twitch chat, docs, Twitch chat. Oh, you better behave. Settings. Twitch chat. Is it visible? It's visible here. Beef sandwich. Any sides? Just the curly fries. Did that? Okay, now. All right. Unlock. Unlock. Spawn new window. Set contents. Twitch chat. No. Close that window. Spawn new window. Set contents. Twitch chat. Can I resize that? Oh, come on. I hate you, OVR new toolkit version. I can't grab you. Oh, I'm grabbing that now too. You go over there. Get out of my way. Great. Great. Chat is there. And it's stuck on me. Way too oversimplified, but Unky desired to have both parts genital-wise, but also still identifies as he, him. I'm okay with that. How do I make this go away? Because this is unbearable. Okay, at least it's snapped onto my wrist. It's tall as Hass, but it'll do. It's my bad. I'm the one that clicked on something. I also ended up messing that window up in the process. Remind me not to click on things. That'll make life easier. There we go. All right, now I will click on that link so I can look at it later. Good. Now that's over there, I can read things when I get off. All right, that's dealt with. Nausea your arm while I'm stuck to you. Okay. Oh, good. I figured out how to do the smallerness. Yay! Good, because that was really, really annoying. Hi, dear. I'm sorry I'm busy fixing things.
I just got back from eating dinner.
Good girl. How can I grab this? I can't grab this. Why can't I grab this? It's not... It is definitely on edit. I hate you. Hate you, Toolkit. You're not being very helpful. Naws in your arm while stuck to you. Fair. Okay. That's sorted. So, when I finally made it home, Fopsy was super excited to see me. She was actually downstairs when I got home. And, immediately came and hugged me like super tight and didn't want to let go. She had definitely missed me over me being gone for a day and a half. And to be honest, yeah, I missed her too. So she was very excited that I was home and we were back together and all that fun jazz. Oh, good, I was able to get moved. Can you move down a little bit that way and see if I can hit the minus button? There we go. I made it smaller again. Yay. Okay, that's way better. Can I do that with this one? That is not the thing I need. That was not what I wanted either. Okay, there's a downy. Can I make that smaller? Yay, I can make that one smaller. Thank you. That was getting a little annoying seeing myself. It's super big. There we go. No longer the size of a football field. That's better. Super excited to see you. Good night, everybody. Close it. No, it wasn't that bad. But she just wanted to hug me and didn't want to let go. I'm like, I brought dinner. And she's like, don't care. I want you. I missed you. I'm like, I missed you too. So, yay. Fopsy definitely missed me and was happy to see my dumb butt come home. And she was very happy I brought yummy dinner. And she then happily helped me unload the little bit of crap out of the car, including the sewing machine table, which was a fluffin' mess. Because the drawer had spilled even more since it was sitting vertical for a 6-hour drive across Ohio. We were able to pick all the crud up, all the buttons and doodads and threaders and whatnot, and stuck them in a little zippy bag. And got the sewing machine out itself. And Fops and I walked into the living room pretty effectively. So, yeah, that thing was heavy AF. But it was a nice thing to add into the living room. Sewing machine table. I mean, kind of starting dress repair or plushie making projects. I already was doing dressmaking. Check my the link down in the About section. The first one on the left side is a list to my Ko-Fi shop, which shows all of the things I've been making that are for sale. So, yeah. Seamstress Caddie's been a busy critter for the last month and a half. But this was a third sewing machine in our house, actually. But, yeah, that table is lovely. It is solid wood and contains a singer that is older than I am. And it's built like a tank. So yay. Yay. I'm not going to be utilizing it at this very second. I do need to figure out how to use her sewing machine and stuff, and that'll take some time and whatnot. But for the moment, it's just sitting there. It is behind the couch, in the area where the exercise equipment lives. And I was able to eventually get it into its corner where it's going to, at least for now, sit till I get around to actually utilizing it. It is a pretty little table. I'm happy it ended up here. Kipskunk, hello. Hi, Caddie. Speaking of dressmaking, may I ask what type of satin you're using? Oh, quite a few types of satin get used in this house. Everything from simple costume satin all the way up to bridal satin, depending on what the project is. So lots and lots of different densities, backing levels, and smooth and shininess. So quite a few options there, Kip. Quite a few options. I'm a teacup line, Silver. I'm a teacup line. I'm a teacup line here to entertain all of you. Pop out of your teacup and say, hello, I'm a teacup line here to make your day. Is that sewing table one of the old world styles, with a full hardwood table and iron frames? Hardwood table, no iron frames, though there is a solid iron sewing machine built into it. A very, very lovely, lovely all-metal singer. Neato, also, can I ask where you're sourcing it as well? Well, I bought a lot of it from Joann's, and I can't do that anymore, sadly. But Amazon, Walmart, and Fabric.com, I think, is now owned by Amazon. I'm not sure, but I haven't had to buy too much lately. I'm mostly working on supplies we have had on hand, as opposed to needing to buy any new ones at the moment. So it's one of those types, the old world singer type. It is a singer sewing machine in a lovely flip-up sewing table. I agree, Rip Joann's. That's definitely a loss to the crafting community. Not very happy about that being gone. But I have figured out I can get zippers cheaper online, and that was the one thing I mostly was buying from there on a regular basis. Fair enough. I've been really inspired by your poofy dresses. Thank you. I really appreciate. I didn't know there was a different flavor. Oh my god, yes. Oh wow. There are so many different densities and qualities of satin fabric. Everything from stuff that's practically Bible paper thin all the way to practically Kevlar body armor level bridal satins. Penny says, I have an old singer as well, like when you're talking about. It was my grandmother that's currently standing at my mother's apartment because I don't have room for it. This is understandable. I have not had the room to bring this one home for ages. Space for it, yes, at the house. Space for it in my car, not usually. Are you clipping your toenails or something?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't know my microphone was actually picking that up. I'm just playing with something I got as a present a couple of years ago. It's a keychain with some kind of hard plastic thing on the end of it. I'm just twirling that around in my thumb.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I'm doing ADHD things.
Understandable. Yay! Yeah, every time I would be visiting my parents, I would have a mostly full carload because coming to and from a con most of the time. So fursuits and whatnot, and this thing, it's a big piece of wood, so it has to go somewhere. And yes, I can stack box in it between the legs, which I did on the way back this time, but yeah, it's a lot of thing. Kevlar grade satin peaks. Caddie is Mongolian silk horse archer armor when? Maybe later. I have worked with bridal satin a few times. It is very, very tasty stuff to make dresses out of. It is also very expensive. That stuff is like $15 a yard now. When I last worked with it, it was like $10 a yard. But $15 a yard for this super dense body armor level satin that we mostly use to make a dress that a woman will wear for one day at most and then hang up. I don't get that. You'd think you'd want to make this quality, longevitous fabric into a dress you're going to wear twice, maybe 3 times. So yeah, I made a wedding dress for myself, and it's made into a lot of fursuit videos. A lot of fursuit videos. So after I got back, I did finish the couple of skirts I'd started working on before my trip. Glad I got those all finished up and got them all listed on my my Ko-Fi page. Also, hi, I woke up because I don't feel good. It's 2 a.m. for me. I'm going to try... Oh, honey. I'm sorry, Penny. I'm sorry you're not feeling good. I would come and rub your belly and help you feel better if I could. Poor little precious Penny. Oh. I wonder what got your tum-tum all grumpies. Tell your tummy to be nice and let the sweet little Penny sleep. She deserves a good night's rest, because she's a very good girl. A very good girl. I agree with Silver Port Penny. Mm-hmm. Crystal's peeking in. Oh, hey, Penny. Too hot climbing there, too? That's too hot everywhere. Except maybe even Australia, where it's like winter. But I got those couple more skirts listed, so I have 3 of them up for sale on the Ko-Fi page right now, along with all the bunny tails and the remaining hoodies and jackets. So awesome. Oh, you're saying that? Oh, you're welcome, honey. I want you to feel better. I worry about you. You're an important little Penny. Here's an idea for wedding dresses. Should have a zipper section to become shorter. Some of them do. Some of them have detachable trains and things, and detachable larger skirts. Mostly because they'll be like overly theatrical for the main wedding itself. And then when it comes to reception, they'll like unzip and remove the train, and maybe unzip and remove the main bell of a skirt, leaving it with a more manageable dress for dancing and stuff. Yes, but it's something else. Either way, no matter what it is that's making Pen's tummy hurt, I hope it gets better ASAP. We want a happy, healthy, comfy, sweet little penny puff. And the ad is finished. Yay! Ad finished. So got those listed, and I got to work on some more skirts right away. Just finished right before the stream was a dark blue skirt, with a short, bright blue fur trim to the base around the hem. So it's really, really pretty dark blue. I hope someone enjoys that. And the other one that's mostly finished that's sitting on my desk is a very bright orange satin dress with a bright yellow fur trim. So that one is a really, really loud one. And I know quite a few people like very loud things like that. So hopefully someone out there thinks this is something they need to add to their wardrobe. Penny's giving hearts and loves and hugs, and it's all sweet and stuff because Penny's a good girl. Speaking of wedding dresses, I learned that I put some weight on recently. I was unable to fit. Oh no. Are you in need of seamstress work there, Wild? Do we need to talk about me working on your stuff there. Something went buzz, and I don't know what. I need to answer that. Much. There, answered that. Desktop 2, is something blinking over there? No, then I don't know what made my ass vibrate. Perfect. Okay. Well, that's life. Whatever beeped, beeped. Maybe. This can be worked on. My speed and productivity has been getting much, much better than when I first started into this situation. And I'm getting better at my timing of things so that I both will have something I work on during different stages and different ways. Like I want to make sure I have hand sewing to work on when I'm playing Final Fantasy. So I am doing what I can to stage things so that I know I will have a hand sewing project to work on during those phases. Be it the hem of a skirt, doing the that, or something to do with a dress that's going to need to have hand stitching. I'm working around to make sure I make a stack of work that I can do there. This is meaning I'm working on getting a few extra skirts staged at that point. And I find that an acceptable situation, that I'm getting something done partially ahead of time, but not getting it fully completed at the moment I've start to finished it. And that is a little harder on the my ADD brain. It does not necessarily agree that a project does not get done, but it makes more sense, and I'm wrapping my head a little bit more around it. But if I can have a nice size stack of those projects at the 7/8 bit done, where it's just I need to do the 128 inches of loop stitch on the hem, then I know I have product that is nearly ready for sale at any given time, and I have work ready to go at any given time, and then I can work on something more interesting, like, say, a dress that I'd be doing at piece by piece situation, because I'm not decided on what the end result is until I've gotten to the end result. And I do want to get into doing a few more dresses that I'll be putting up for sale ASAP. It's just those take several days directly. So that's a lot of committed labor into a single project. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but that is a thing to keep in mind. Trying to have enough products that people can potentially more easily afford on a weekly, monthly basis if they so chose to. Definitely a good thing. Having those big chip items available for sale in the long run, very important, because those are that's the filet mignon of the situation. Whereas this is maybe the side of chicken wings I just finished. Side of chicken wings doesn't keep the lights on. Side of chicken wings does fine and works with everything else to make money in general. If I may, there's one area of clothes design that is very niche, but I believe it will be interesting to work with. Design clothes dress armor for suitors who have bat-like wings, such as bats and or demons, like Penzu made for the Clockwork Creatures. Pazuzu. I definitely would be okay with making stuff for critters that need to have wing openings or whatnot, but I would definitely have to do that on a case by case basis. That'd be commission work, not pre-made masses. It just comes down to I need measurements of where the wing holes are, what accessibility needs are on any given thing. Can the wing come off and on while you're putting the dress on? Do I need to make the wing hole big enough that it will fit a giant slab, or does it fold down, etc., etc.? It would definitely be on a case-by-case basis. Same reason I don't make like fursuit hoods as a default, because one, pain in the ass. Two, fursuit heads are not all the same size and shape. Ear position, not all the same size and shape. You got to work around that. Even the hood I have that does have ear holes doesn't necessarily fit all my critters. So anything that you're involving direct functional accessibility to a fursuit's part, you do have to have that fursuit's part directly in mind. Not just a concept of wings or horns or ears or the size of a head. You kind of got to have what you're working with. Dresses, I make roomy to accommodate for up to some larger sizes. When it comes to anything interesting like wings and whatnot, now you're definitely coming into the you're playing with fire part of this game. You can't just guess. You have to know the answer to your question. And I did make those fingerless gloves for Tanya a few weeks ago. I might consider making some more things like that, or maybe making mittens again. I've done that in the past. Very easy project, the mittens specifically. The fingerless glove was a lot more detail work and was mostly hand sewing, so that's less of a easily replicatable object. But I'm not putting it out of the realm of possibilities. In fact, I saved the thumb pattern I created for that so that in case I wanted to do it again. Can I join planning the murder of my headset? Well, that's understandable, dear. Hopefully your headset starts behaving a little bit better for you. Stupid headset. Don't put your head on before you stab it. This is definitely very, very fair. Meow. But I really feel like I got a good groove going on. I was plugged in, but my quality was ass and I was having weird lag. I'm sorry, dear. I'm not sure what to do on that. I've never worked with your type of headset, the Questy types. So I honestly don't know. I've never played with that. The tether stuff. But the fact that over this last weekend, like Saturday and Sunday, I did the base cutting and sewing of these two skirts I was working on. And while I was watching some people streaming today, I did most of the remaining hem of the first of the two. And I have the second one already definitely lined up to work on while I'm streaming tomorrow night. And then today I also took the time to cut out the skirt pieces, not the fur trim yet, for two more skirts, a light blue one and another pink one. I didn't get the fur done yet. I ran out of time before stream. Oh well, not a big deal. I wasn't up to that anyway yet. But if I can get those effectively sewn into a skirt circle and do the first stitch with the fluff trim on each of them and the waistbands, then I have more potential hand sewing that I can work on Wednesday night, Thursday night, etc. And the more I get ahead in that stack, the more I then have freedom to do what I want to do with my free time. Also, if my productivity is beyond my minimum income situation, as in if what I'm making is exceeding, whether or not sales actually happen right away, if the product creation is exceeding my budgeted needs to earn level, then I will feel more comfortable out doing things besides stuff that is just product to sell, where I can either work on a project for me on the side one day or something, actually take a day off and take some time for me, not take a day off to drive to and from Pennsylvania to load and unload crap. So my hope is that I get a little extra ahead. The Tails weekend last weekend definitely was a good symptom of that. I successfully made those 7 bunny tails. I've sold one of them, so I still have 6 sitting in the inventory lot. But I also sold one of the fur jackets, so that was a nice chunk of income right there. So a tail and and one of the more expensive jackets went out. We're not saying I'm like Mr. Moneybags anything for this, but that was definitely a comfortable thing to know that happened. Either because I'm not on something like an index, or since I'm using a Quest with AirLink. And Unky Tai is back. Do I hear Fopsy snoring? Yep. Maybe it's from the Wi-Fi I was using. One is marked for 5G, the other wasn't. Maybe 5G is better. I don't know. I'll share after I grow a tumor. 5G won't cause you to grow tumors. Don't worry about that. But the 5G one would also then have Wi-Fi. I know that much. Wi-Fi is always. 5G is just an option so that you can also do it over cell service if you want to pay for a cell service to use with your Quest. Like if you wanted to use it out and about without having to deal with someone's Wi-Fi. So Unky is getting a Sonar redesign next year. Oh, nice. Or I thought 5G was better than normal. 5G is better than 4G cell phone connection. So that just means it's a cellular capable Questy. So Wi-Fi only / tether cable, or tether cable, Wi-Fi, and cell service option. But usually with that, you still have to pay for a cell plan for that and stick a SIM card in it or use its virtual SIM, or I'm not exactly sure. Question mark, question mark, question mark, dark side. I was confused for me to play Helldivers on max settings with no issues, but I have issues with my headset. Yeah, okay, for that stuff, especially since we're talking about a Quest headset and it's not tethered with a physical line to your computer, I don't know. If you are using that over Wi-Fi to your computer, look into the tether cable, because that would probably get you a better experience. I'm using an old-ass Quest 2, so maybe the Quest 3 would be better. I know, yes, it would be a better headset to be with, but I'm going to stick with I still don't know much about Quests. I didn't do a lot of research into them. I didn't look into them much. I found out the Index was going to be the thing I wanted, and I concentrated on the details of that from there out. I am by far not a VR expert. Just rob some old lady to buy an Index. Yeah, that'll work. That covers it. Or a bank. Banks have a lot of money. CVS does not. Don't try and rob CVS. You're just going to make somebody have a bad day and not get much money. So yeah, my shop stock is actually pretty heavy right now. I'm very happy with that. I actually got to the point where I was looking in the living room at my pile of stuff, and I was like, okay, I need to sort this. So I bag stuff up in different places. So the skirts are all together, the hoodies are all together, and the tails and earmuffs are all in a bag together. So making some neatness progress there as well, and helpful for finding stuff later when things sell. I think I'd rather throw paint insert a Babe Ruth bar into Elon Musk's simmering pool than rob anyone. That's fair. I wasn't planning on robbing anyone anyway. I'm not a fond fan of that. I was just joking about the rob a bank thing. Um, don't rob a bank. That'd be a bad idea. Don't rob an old lady. Don't rob a CVS. Don't rob any of these things. Robbing is probably a bad idea, as yeah, you're just gonna end up in jail. I'll just use my old laptop to mine crypto. Good luck with that. um, yep, there's a funny way to do naughty stuff and a bad way to do it. E. Um, so feeling really good about my sewing progress lately, and the amount of sales I've had since the end of May. Like, I'm not earning what I was at my job as yet, as far as income that's actually come back in from sales. But between sales and what I've been getting off of Twitch, I've been doing okay enough that I think we've been staying in the black and not going to the red. That, and I've been a lot more smart about spending, not buying a lot of tat for no reason, being a lot more conservative about groceries, getting just what we need, not just everything that we might possibly want. So it's not been a steak every other week kind of lifestyle at the moment, but by far we've not been wanting on food. Never have been going hungry, other than the fact that I'm dumb enough to forget to eat lunch enough of the time, so there's that. I keep getting ads to sell my bottom parts for $35K. I was like, if this was the fact, I'd do so. Fair. That'd be a nice chunk of money, but you might like your bottom stuff at some point. So yeah, I keep feeling better and better about my situation and thinking that we might be able to fully balance the books here. If sales can start increasing, if my visibility keeps growing, we might be able to turn this micro hustle into a sufficient business that would be able to keep our household rolling. And I'm doing my best to keep up my personal value in the house by making sure I'm doing the grocery shopping, doing all the cleaning I can, doing the mowing, cooking dishes, stuff like that, laundry, just doing my best to be an adequate part of this household to make up for any lack of equality in the income for the moment. So, yeah, I wasn't sure either there, Nepal. So, yeah. How about making scarves with kitty, doggy, draggy, and bunny faces? I don't know. I'd have to figure out if it's something I got a good way to do. For the moment, I'm working with my strengths. And that's the kind of stuff I've been sewing and putting up for sale. And and I want to do things that I know I can efficiently do, because I charge hourly on my projects. So I need to make sure whatever I'm doing financially efficient, so that I don't have to charge $200 for something that someone can get a similar product at Walmart for $15. Mine will still be more expensive, but I'm doing my best to make sure I have balanceable prices so that I'm not basically pricing myself out of a job by taking too long to make something. And yes, it is impossible as a creator to undercharge without ruining your own potential. One, you are underselling yourself, and it'll make other people, other buyers, undervalued as well. As well as you are wasting your time. Because if you have to work 80 hours a week to earn what would have been 40 hours worth at $10 an hour, you're killing yourself and just barely surviving. I need to keep the value cost of what I'm spending energy-wise, personal time-wise, to a balance to where it will make sense. And I cannot undercharge for my labor beyond a certain point, because then I am literally underselling myself and basically just walking myself to the poorhouse as quickly as I can. It is better to have a product sit on the shelf for a few weeks or a few months, as long as there's a backbone in the checking account, than it is to sell something at half the value and mean I worked 80 hours and sold something for 40 hours, because that is a significant loss that most people don't think about when they consider stuff being homemade. Hours worked is more important than material costs, because hours worked is the amount of time you are spending on the project. If you do not charge for that, you did not charge. You effectively went into work and worked for free for a day. And that's no bueno. Hydrate. Yes, I probably should do that. Yeah. Let's see. That's the Cheerios. There's the hydrate. Found it. And hello, cute femboy pigeon. Welcome in. Also, there you are. Hi, silly Lily. Sorry your thingy's being poots. Mwah. Tell your doodle to behave, okay?
Switching to 5G actually helped, because there's less stuff connected.
Okay. Good. So is it 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi instead of 5G cell phone? Okay.
Like Netgear blank the numbers 5-5G.
Okay. So you were connecting to the other Wi-Fi band. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm assuming everybody else's stuff is connected to that one.
They probably don't know any difference.
But switching to 5G, actually, I'm more stable.
Yay! Well, I'm glad that's helping.
And I tried to get the fish.
Cheerio. You got it, Fleminier, and I'll be off. Okay, good night, Fleminier. I'm getting your Cheerio right now. There's my Cheerios.
I was trying to do...
This will be hard.
But there's a visible area.
Cheerio. I just thought they'd be a good background. Hi, howdy, hello. Welcome in. I hope you're all having a good night. That was a good Cheerio.
Yeah, since we don't have an order in.
At least not for now, anyway.
I can't control how fast VR chat decides to load on Avatar.
Oh no, that's not your fault or my fault. That is VR chat's fault. Because that'd be
When I do it, it takes like 3 seconds. Otter.
Otter. Silly Otter. Tricks are for kids.
Yeah.
Um. So yes, current project is those total of 4 skirts I'm working on. The one I just finished, the other one that's mostly done, and the 2 I just cut fabric for today. And I might do a couple more of those just to get things on the starting block, as it were. We'll see how I feel by the time I'm at least through the base sewing parts of these 2 I just cut out. Or if I'd like to try and do something else to put up as well. Potentially another larger dress project. Which, yes, by all means, I would love to get in and start on another princess type dress. 1, big payout when they sell. 2, last one sold in 30 seconds. I'm pretty sure I have at least some buyers. If I get someone who's antsy enough, they buy it within seconds of me listing it. So, potential there. Potential. Or do I want to maybe work on some other, like, minor side bit, like making some other kinds of tails, or maybe some ears on headbands kind of things. I have the supplies for that, so I can make, like, kitty or foxy ears or whatnot on a headband and try and sell those. Hard part with those is that's potentially a lot more labor and materials for a smaller thing. That'd be a lot harder to justify a higher price tag for the labor. And hello, Wishdream Nova Beast. The boss says perks up, ears on headbands. Oh yeah, I could do those. I have a big ass box of headbands that I bought with the project concept of making ear headbands ages and ages ago. I could definitely do those on a case-by-case basis if someone wanted to buy one. Or I could try and do some that I could just pre-make, like bunny ears, kitty ears, foxy ears, whatnot. Depending on what available fabrics I have. At least those are potentially smaller amounts of fabrics. Like a foxtail is a lot more long pile fur, most likely. That's a bigger amount of fabric I'm dedicating to something that, well, if it doesn't sell, it takes up a lot of space in my house. It took up a lot of fabric. Though, yes, it probably would be a hell of an easy sew job. I mean, if I'm just making a basic foxtail without a foam armature in it, I could probably do that really fast. How about a bunny tail? Oh, I have lots of those. I made a big pile of bunny tails. If you're interested, I put them up for sale. I know you're not in the United States. If you're interested in anything shipped, I do have a default overseas price for shipping if just in case someone ordered without asking. But yes, I have bunny tails up and available for sale right now. And I will happily recalculate shipping to your location. I've done this in the past, and I will happily do this in the future. It is always in the description of my for sale items. If you look in the About section below me, it is the Ko-Fi thing, exclamation K-O-F-I, if you need to get there. That'll also give you a link. That doesn't go directly to the store. Thank you, Nepal. But you just have to click on shop in there, and it'll get you to my shop, which is where I have all my stuff listed, including still 6 bunny tails that are up for sale. In fact, I have a really good pattern I made for the bunny tails that I can work out really quickly. if you have a color set that you'd prefer, if something is really important to you, like, oh my glurb, I want a bunny tail, but I need a green with white bottom. Just say so. I can make that happen. Specifically, I have a green fur I was planning on doing one of anyway. I found I had a small chunk of long pile green fur in the on the shelf. I'm like, that's a perfect size for a few bunny tails. I'll make that happen and get that piece of fabric out of my shelf. Or earmuffs, if you want earmuffs. That's another small object item I could do with that. Or critter ears of some kind I could probably manage with that remaining piece of foil. Yeah, years ago I quoted someone for making them a big, like, foxtail, I think it was. And they never got back to me on it, so I guess they found somewhere cheaper to get it. Oh well. Yeah, that's a thing. People often will go for where it's cheaper, not for necessarily where they're going to get better quality product. Another reason why I like having the fact that I have these quality products available, ready to purchase, not necessarily just things people will commission and buy, because then I have examples of what I do ready and available. And if someone wants to commission something, they know what I can do, what the quality looks like, and the fact that I can do something with their idea. And whatever I'm going to tell them it costs, because that's how much it costs, not because I'm being, a money sink. Earmuffs are nice. The ones you made me are super warm. Yay! I have bunny fursuit. Yay! I have bunny too. I still have like 6 or 7 of the earmuffs out of the set that I made when I made the ones I made for you. And they're all up on my Ko-Fi site right now. Several different colors. And if you see anything I've made of any color and you're like, man, I wish I could have that in earmuff, I can make that an earmuff, assuming I still have any of whatever it is. I can do that. To see Caddie's bunny suit and others, exclamation YT. Thank you, Nepal. Yes. Daisy's up there a lot, and a lot of my Easter bunny fursuits were up there recently. Like around Easter. Last week I did not successfully do a lot of fursuit video recording because of my trekking back and forth to Pennsylvania. That ate up 2 days and a lot of energy. And about a half of a day prior to that, loading the car and getting stuff ready to do that. So I didn't get any recordings on that day. It's okay. Thank you. But since I got myself back on track and got some more sewing done this weekend and whatnot, I did get recording done today. I got 2 fresh Minnie Mouse videos recorded and sitting on the files waiting to upload to YouTube, so good. Back to stocking files as opposed to working the number down. I wasn't like on a day-to-day basis with my videos yet, but I was only a few weeks ahead of the game at this point. Maybe 5 or 6. And I don't like being that tight. I like to have a good selection and be ready to go. So today I did a couple Minnie Mouse ones, which I know are good view creating devices. And I look forward to those getting their due attention. I have twins baby now. Cool. I'm proud of you there.
Oh, it's your...
What?
I'm looking at my avatar in my mirror, and your ear was just barely poking through my mirror, and it scared the hell out of me.
Yay! I am a fearful
I thought
item.
There was like a horn. I thought there was like a horn popping. I was like, "What's that?"
It's just me. Um,
Good girl.
Yay, both are girl. Well, I'm really happy for you there, Wishstream. Um, so I had done something to my Minnie Mouse head to try and help with my main problem with her, which is the eyes fog up. Her pupils, instead of being like mesh or something like most fursuit heads are, she has like sunglasses material for the pupils. And the only ventilation the head has is up from the neck and a fan out the back top of the head. So the eyes were fogging up really quickly. I was only able to, with this head, do like one video at a time, and I was blind by halfway through. It's a good thing I know my living room quite well. Otherwise, finishing recording a video with her once it fogged up would have been impossible. But I got some of the Rain-X brand anti-fog splooge. Excuse me. All I had to do with it was put a little on a paper towel and wipe it on the inside of the lenses and let it dry for a day. Which I did that, and I didn't get around to wearing Mini again for a couple of months. So that, at least a day, very much survived. And when I wore the first thing with her, I wasn't fogging at all until I sat down and was just doing the talking part at the end of the video. So that was amazing. The second one I fogged a little bit more, and I relearned a valuable lesson. Yeah, the air intake is the bottom of the neck. If I wear a big fluffy collared object while wearing Minnie's head, I severely slow down or stop airflow in for silly things like breathing.
Breathing? Who needs that?
Fortunately, I didn't fully block myself off there. It was just a partial block. Especially if I were to tilt my head up, I'd get a quick rush of cool air into my face as the fan was sucking out. So I was basically a vacuum, and just tilt my head was like, whoosh, air come in. Yay! And I fogged a tiny bit with that situation. You need to breathe? Nah, breathing isn't needed. Yeah, you're probably right, Nepal. I should give that habit up. It's not worth it. So, as long as I don't have a big fluffy collar, the anti-fog splooge on the eyes worked a trick. So, yay for that. Mini is a lot easier to deal with. Also, I'm getting better and better at getting in and out of her Zentai by myself with the rear zipper, so that's a plus. I have two different Zentais for her, the one I had originally and the new one. The new one is much prettier. It's a nice blacker black. But it's also harder to zip up by myself. But I managed today. I did succeed at getting the zippy all the way up. And wearing her lycra bodysuit, shiny lycra bodysuit, with a pair of white tights over it, also very shiny tights, is really heckin' comfortable. That felt really nice to have that double layer of slipperiness all over my lower half. And then I put on top of that a leotard on top of the crotchy area and on the upper body. And I was like, oh, this is nice. Those are not grabbable. I apologize.
No, I'm just Adam.
You're allowed.
It looks like your ears were dipped in gold, like the tip of them.
They are. I like it. Fopsy did a good job on those.
Your tail needs to be grabbable.
No. It's good the way it is. It's floof. Floof. Saturday night, we ended up doing karaoke. Yeah, we were still singing till after 3 a.m. my time. That was fun, though. I didn't want to quit. It was more of a, I should probably go to bed. It's 3 something. And by the time I actually made it into the bed, it was 4. So, yeah. Yeah. I left my alarm set as usual and got out of bed at 9:30, but I was like, oh, that was dumb of me. I should sleep at night.
I hate the texture they use for rug.
It's very loud, yes. But it was fun singing karaoke with friends. We each came in with our taste in music, and it was a good variety. It was interesting when I had like a whole group of people actually understand the song I picked and really get into it. I'm like, yay! Yay! People liked my choice. And we sung.
Sounds like they like hanging out with you for every reason ever.
Nah. And we did one of our staples, several of our staple songs we would sing while we're in karaoke together, including Rasputin. Because that song is so much fun to do in karaoke. And I'm actually getting better at it every time we do it. And I found out some of my friends that were there were like, I'd put in a song and they'd be like, one of us put in a song and they'd be like, I have no idea what this is. And we'd all look and say, how do you not know that? How did you not run into that song somehow? Now, it's one thing to not know a song by its name because you just hear it on the radio or whatever constantly. There's another thing when you just flat out never heard a song that everyone thinks, how could you have avoided it this long? But hey. But we all sat down, we all enjoyed everyone's tastes, had a good time, and it is further encouraging me to do a karaoke stream here on my channel. It wouldn't be a Monday night thing. I'd do it on one of the other nights. I just take an evening and go, all right, it's singing day, and we're just going to do this.
And I think that would be one that you wouldn't put on YouTube.
For obvious reasons, yeah. I'm not going to deal with that. And Twitch will probably mute the thing out, so the only time you're going to get to enjoy that one is when it happens.
If you don't save it as a VOD, I don't think Twitch gives us.
Oh, they don't care one or the other. They just mute it. If something's copyright there, they mute that moment. Like, for some reason, you accidentally start playing the Sonic the Hedgehog theme because it's on your computer and it starts coming through your microphone. This happens occasionally. Yeah. Then Twitch would just mute that little part of my VOD when the Sonic the Hedgehog theme was going through, or the Zelda theme, which is the one that I hear the most randomly. Fortunately,
when I do mine, when I have my music player going, I don't have it saved my VODs. That way I don't have that problem.
But I tend to not play music when I'm streaming because it's distracting anyway, so I don't care. That doesn't really affect me. I have trouble talking when I have music in my ear because then I'm thinking about the music. So it's a complete different game. Ever thought about doing a Playboy Bunny fursuit video? Yes. Yes, I have.
I mean, you're halfway there already.
I have done sexy bunny outfits on Caddie in the past on videos, so yes, Yes, I have thought about that. Yes, I have done that. Cheesecake level. No parts showing. Just suggestive. And that's A-OK by YouTube standards. I do intend to not only sew these 2 skirts into base 1 unit objects tomorrow during daytime hours, but I do want to take the time to record another fursuit video tomorrow because I feel like that's important to me, and I think that'd be fun. So that would get me a productivity thing towards my YouTube, which slowly earns me a little bit of income. And it'd be a fun thing. It'd be a productive thing. And I would feel good about that time spent. So that's in my wish list of things I want to take care of tomorrow. And I think I will take the time to try and make the pot pie tomorrow. I got the pie crust for that last time I was out shopping. Oh, an ETA for the next ASMR video? I don't know. I hadn't recorded one yet, so I mean, if you're actually asking about because you want to see it, maybe I'll see about doing that in tomorrow's list of things. Either tomorrow or Wednesday, I'll record an ASMR video and we'll put that on the fast track to being uploaded. How's that sound for you, Jack? Cause
The right thumbstick
Hmm?
dumb menu pop-up is the right thumbstick makes a little dumb menu pop-up is really annoying. I can't turn it off.
I'm sorry, dear. I don't have that. I don't know what you're doing that makes that menu with your thing.
So you hold down on your right thumbstick, it just pops up out of nowhere.
Hold down my right thumbstick.
Yeah.
Nothing.
You'll see a little R pop up.
Nope. That's a you, not me kind of thing. That is not index. That would be quest only, apparently. Speaking of, I need to look into Piecrest more. That sounds awesome. Thank you. You are welcome. Honestly, a lot of my videos come down to if I think people are going to be watching them, I will do them. If I don't know about people are going to be watching them, I'm not going to do them. But I should have all the ingredients I need for a chicken pot pie in my fridge and freezer and a little in the pantry. We'll see what I need to do. Okay, that wasn't important. Someone's making my butt vibrate and I don't see any mess. Oh, there we are. That's the messages. I don't care right now. I really wish people would notice I'm streaming and not message me while I'm streaming. That'd make life easier, unless it's something I ask you to send to me, so I see it after stream, and then I'm aware you're about to make my ass vibrate. I feel bad that I'm ignoring people, but it's really... And Cat exploded the thumbsticks. Was a detonator. Oh no, my thumbsticks were detonator. Yeah, I just pressed them again. Nothing. Both of them did nothing.
That's weird.
It must be a
When
quest thing.
I hold it down, there's like a purple R pops up, and I hold it down and makes green pop.
Yeah, it must be a quest menu thing, not a VR chat in general menu thing.
No, it's for the world screen that's up at the start. It pops up right, like right now, it's right here.
Oh. Yeah, I don't have a screen or anything from the world. I have no idea what you're looking at.
Maybe the controls are different for you for it to pop up in.
Probably, because I got nothing like that. I'm happy about that, because I would have left this world pretty damn quick if there was something annoying in my face.
I mean, then you hold it down again and it vanishes.
Ah.
In fact, when I'm going through my menus on my ER, makes it appear.
Hmm. Okay, I've got a jet. Thanks for streaming, Caddie, and keep up the great work. Thank you, Kip Skunk. You have a lovely evening. Rest well, or whatever you're up to for the rest of your till thing. And you be a good little skunky. And have fun.
I think my therapist did say I was schizophrenic, so maybe that's part of
Ah.
it.
So I did make the bean soup on Saturday. And sadly, I was actually not very happy with it. Something was weird with the flavor. I did use the seasoning packet as part of what I put in there, and I probably should have just skipped that altogether. I probably just would have been better off doing my own Cajun seasoning than using that stuff. Overall, the soup had a weird twang to it. Nothing like it was spoiled items or anything, more just not quite right. But well, for one thing, Saturday night I did not maintain. Let me put it that way. It was a unpleasant return policy. And I kind of been very stingy on the size of the bowls I've had since then, because I thought at first it was just ate too much, but I started to get a little bit of a sour tummy when I have too much of that in me. So I'm trying to go through it just in a limited portion situation, because I don't want to waste the food. I already spent money on it. And it is a lot of food, as it were. So I'll get through it. But did not come out as happy as I'd hoped. Hi Maggie, having fun in Ohio? Hello Maggie, I'm gonna get you. Yay! So that was a bit of a bummer, because I was hoping that'd be better for all the time and effort I put into it. Sunday I did do the pack of Italian sausages I'd picked up. They were on sale, so it was a good value. 5 nice big fat sausages for like $3.50. That's a pretty good buy. Hooked them up with a bunch of peppers, onions, and mushrooms, and they were delish. I had 2 of them myself, and some seasoned flies on Sunday. Fopsy had a couple herself, and seasoned flies as well. And I let her have the remaining sausage today for dinner, so she got to enjoy the last of that. Would be fun, maybe. Nice. Sausages in the pan is really easy to deal with, and if they're in a good price like that was, not a bad option in any shape. So I'm thinking the pot pie tomorrow or Wednesday as that project, and assuming that gets mostly finished fairly quickly, I will probably move on to one of the pork roasts I have in the freezer, because I have several of those now that I've been getting on the cheap, and that's an effective, tasty food that I can bake off, and we both really enjoy. So, big meat product, low cost, several meals worth. Very satisfying, very quality objet d'art. Tonight I finished off last week's, I think it was Monday, I made the leg quarters. I had the last one for dinner tonight, with a fresh pack of stuffing and a can of corn. That was actually really good. Still was tasty after being in the fridge for a week. Not spoiled or anything. So not a bad move there. I'm thinking I'm going to use the other 4 leg quarters and turn those into chicken noodle soup. I will have to pick up a couple more ingredients for that. Obviously, I need like carrots and onion and celery for that, as well as an appropriate noodle for chicken noodle soup. I do have some egg nudes in the cabinet, but I'd rather have a soup nude. They tend to be a lot more stable in these cases, and not really expensive either. It's a denser, more noodly noodle. Um, so yeah, looking to potentially do some more varied projects sewing wise. At the very least, I want to get a couple more skirts out, obviously, and then either move on to another odd item to see if I see what sticks and what I can make good quality on, or go for another cannon shot and knock out like a dress that would be a full size dress. Either way, I'm sure I'm going to be pretty productive. I got a lot of gumption. I haven't been feeling very, very productive in both the sense of I don't feel like I'm exhausted, not wanting to work on things, and in the sense that I've actually been working faster than I judge. As long as I'm working above my judged sewing rate, then I'm not falling behind. And for the moment, I am not necessarily looking to take full days off other than stuff I need to do, like my trip to my parents' house. But I will definitely do my best to make sure I take me time when I need to. Either to go walk around the mall or go out and do shopping that's a little bit more fun. Whether or not I'm buying things, just do something fun, or maybe even go to the zoo. Basic stuff that's for me. And on the weekend, there have been a few things where I'll go to do VR meetups and whatnot that are not me streaming and not me doing sewing stuff. So there's that too. That's good. Yay, I'm glad that's good. So yeah, as long as I keep the inventory growing, and keeping me on the up and up, I definitely feeling okay with my shop status. I definitely will feel better the more my everything is being productive as well, though. That includes Twitch and YouTube potentially being more income sourcey. Thanks to some very philanthropic critters, I have been pretty productive with Twitch the last couple of months so far, which I really, really appreciate. That does help the number buck.
Little turtle.
Yeah. But between all of the basic flowing income items and anything related to sales, I'm doing my best to try and make sure my part of the house budget is fulfilling. I want to make sure we are well off. I want to make sure that we stay well afloat. And I feel like I am doing my part right now. I feel like I am succeeding sufficiently. Should I get a real job? Probably. Is the idea of that hella stressful? Yes. Does it make it less stressful that I know I have a backup plan? Actually, yes. As long as I make this backup plan become a stable existence, then the idea of me taking a job that I'm not sure about, whether or not I know it's going to be too stressful or not to work at for long term, or whether or not it turns out to be temporary, whether I want it to or not, I am then less stressful about that situation because I now have a full-on backup plan. And that's what we are fully working on right now, is getting that backup plan up and 100% running. I want that to be part of our lifestyle, whether or not I have a 9-to-5er again. And hello, Mado-chan. Welcome in, new friend. I hope you enjoy your stay. My name is Caddie. I babble a lot. I am here to entertain you. And thank you for the follow as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Slowly creeping my way up to 1,000 followers. And we are getting there. And yes, I will let you in, dear. I hope your dinner production was successful. Bloop. So yeah. It's been interesting. I definitely felt a lot less stressed about my trip to see my parents after I was getting a lot more productive with my sewing, and the fact that dress sold right away after Anthrocon. And I got more products immediately up working on and put up for sale. So I was a lot more comfortable with the extra downtime for the travel. Do you by chance know a brand that makes high figs for thigh highs? Minjim. Hold on. Let me just make sure I spell this right, because I've misspelled it a few times. Next. Did I get some recently? No.
You can't put it on your own neck.
Wish list, because I know they have some in there. That file. MJINM. MJINM makes some really, really comfy stuff. Let's see. Yeah, sorry to listen. That's okay. That is A-okay. MJINM. And I found them both on AliExpress and on Amazon. So if you need options, you got choices. I'm wearing a pair of Minjim tights right now, and they're comfy. Hello, Nepal. Welcome in, little plushie. I see you with your little shit-eating grin there.
Sorry.
What'd you do this time?
Nothing new.
Uh-huh.
I don't like the tone of her voice, do you?
I trust her. Here, I'll move the camera back a little bit more so I have more space. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, that works.
And whoever created this don't know what a neck looks like. It goes in this way when it's attached to somebody.
Oops.
Good girl.
Hello.
Always good to see you, pretty girl.
Aww.
My little borderlander.
Seriously. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think I can hug you.
Cause I go nuts. I swatch and search, but I am 193 SM tall. Oh, centimeters tall.
Yeah, stop being...
But yeah, if you look up that brand on Amazon, you'll probably find some thigh highs that will adequately hit your needs. I'm wearing full-on tights that go up and have a full waist. But they are really comfy products. They do good stuff. And they seem to last a while, because some of my pairs I've had for a while, I've definitely worn a lot. Sorry about that. Yawn apparently scratched a little itch in there. Yeah. Eh. Keep closing that window, but at least it's easier to get back. Yeah, my OVR toolkit, which is not the same as the OVR tools thing, did an update, and they changed how things get edited, and yeah, it's been fun. There's thigh highs and then there's knee highs. There are many options. There are many leggings, and these ones are yours and these ones are mine.
I want some thigh highs.
I can agree on this. They are nice.
There's a website called Sock Dreams. You can get thigh highs and knee highs. I've been trying to find trans pride thigh highs. Cannot fucking find them.
And if you're a lardo like me,
They're always out of stock.
Yeah, ankle highs.
Those are just ankle socks on.
They're called ankle highs.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
I will definitely say the biggest size that Minjim makes of the tights, you probably can fit, but I ain't making a promise. I know that Nepal could definitely fit into them, and they look really pretty on her. The hard part.
Do I have to send you a picture of my thighs and calves?
No.
I mean,
the hardest part of these is
size of my thigh.
the hardest part with these is they are like $24 a pair, but they are long lasting. They're not just like extremely cheap pantyhose material. They're effectively like spandex tights. So they're an investment, not a one-time purchase. Not a you better buy a tissue box full of these things.
Now you're a tiny mom.
I hate when that minimizes.
And Caddie is now a life-size, actual size teacup line.
No, I'm big. It's just perspective. You're being silly like a lily. And I got that hydrate in. Thank you very much, Jack. Meow. I would love to get back to throwing together some sewing projects for myself as well in the mix. I got plenty of things I would love to make for myself as well. But trying to be logical and not overrunning myself with too much sewing in both the work and the fun time for a little bit till I get the effectively the work level a little more ahead of the game, because then I can more easily budget me time for me stuff. There, I gave you a little more room.
Don't mind my camera, I'm just...
It is interesting having the grocery day being more of a floating situation to being basically just not a weekend day at this point. More along the lines of I go shopping when X is running out, like if Fopsy's veggies are expiring, or if I want to go pick something up to cook the next day, then I go shopping that day, and then the next day I make whatever the thing is. Which has actually been really, really more advantageous. Less things sitting around the fridge waiting for their time, and more things are coming in at their time. Quite a few times I will have picked up, though, I'm going to go cook right now, tomorrow or today, X. And then 2 days from now, I plan to make this on the weekend, etc. So I do still do a little ahead shopping, perishables wise. But it has reduced any pointlessly space wasting perishables in our fridge and freezer that just would have been taking up time and making it hard to find what we want to actually cook. It also is helping me reduce my bread situation because I would buy bread products in the concept that I wouldn't be back to the store for a week. Which means if I thought we did not have enough buns for the week, I would buy enough buns for the week. Even if that meant I needed, we'll just say, 10 hamburger buns for this week. With what I'm planning to do. That means I have to buy more than a full pack of hamburger buns today. So I have to buy 2. And now I have the 10 I need, plus 6 more I'm sitting on. And if I'm not sure about how much we're going to use, like maybe I bought some chicken patties or something, and I was thinking about maybe making hamburgers in a day or 2. Well, now I got to purchase for that and be prepared. And maybe I don't end up eating chicken patties for a few days. Maybe we don't end up making hamburgers. Now I have 2 packs of hamburger buns in the fridge that I didn't need, period, that I got to eat through. This way, I buy 1 pack of hamburger buns. When it starts to run low, I pick up the next one, etc. I don't buy 2 unless they're like on some super duper cool sale over at Meijer, which does happen a lot. I've also been being a much more diligent sale buyer. When things go on the cheaper, that's what we're eating, more high probability. That's why we had Italian sausages this weekend. They were $3.50 for a pack, and they were delicious. But a random thing I picked up while I was at the store a couple weeks ago was a 12-ounce pack of bison stew meat that was red tagged. That just means use right away or freeze right away. I didn't have a real use for it right away, so I threw it in the freezer. So next time I make chili or stew or something like that, one of the ingredients will be 12 ounces of bison stew meat, which will probably be very tasty. There, don't show me them. I'm sorry, dear.
I am so confused right now.
You're confused by what?
Why is your camera bigger? Why is your camera bigger than mine?
Oh, doesn't look bigger to me.
Mine's like not mine, like tiny. Yours is like normal size.
See, I see your full circle. I only see the little ghost circle of mine.
Mine's like this big. Yours is like big.
I only see a little circle of mine, and I see a big circle of yours, so it may just be how it displays the other person's stuff so you know where it is. Yeah, I need to watch more then. Yay!
I'm kind of learning before I actually stream and got like how to have everything set up.
Ah. And Maggie wants a dance. You got it, dear. Let me bring up the avatars. Fortunately, that's staying in my recent because it's been used often enough. So, who wants a lammy, lammy, lammy? I do, I do. So go out and greet your mammy, mammy, mammy. Hi there, and stomp, stomp, stomp around the daisies. But don't you forget about your baby. Blink. That's the baby.
The big baby.
And if you say she's bigger than the rest of us, it's just perspective.
Oh, she's a big baby. Like an ASDF movie.
No, she's small. She's very tiny.
Aw.
We've decided she's tiny.
You stand up.
Hee, being silly. Maybe Nepal's camera is cold. Nepal's camera's not even out. That was Lily's camera that she thinks is smaller than mine. Also,
Hey, it ain't the size that matters. It's not what you can do with it.
to me, her camera looks bigger than mine, so it is just user interface situation.
Apparently there's a bug with the camera where you can get it's one the size of a Death Star.
Nice.
Like I had one time where it was the size of the disc part of the.
Yeah. They're the claws from Call to the Lamb. They give good back scratches.
Ooh, yeah, they would.
There's that spot in the middle of your back you can't reach.
And my favorite, the axes.
Nice.
But it has all the basic weapon types. Doesn't have the new gun in here or anything, but sword, dagger, stabby stabby, and
Ooh, that's a nasty little dagger.
and hammer.
Ooh.
I just find the hammer so much harder to use in the game.
Yeah. Ooh.
There we go. Cute.
I'm stuck between a lot of floof.
Don't worry, I'm gonna fix that. I'll go back to me. I'll be this version of me. That'll do for right now. I mean, she's in a bad perspective. For when they get really out of hand here. It's a little baby. Silver just a little baby girl. Baby. Itty bitty baby.
Got it. I got this.
Crystal's also
Baby voice on Silver.
Crystal's also an itty bitty baby. I think we've just established all this. All right, that is all set as facts. We'll put that in the notes.
Cat's teacup lion.
Lily is being a giant game chibi. I'm down for that. Oh, that's Crystal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's Crystal there. Nepal's being a Rena like usual. And Silver's being a tiny itty bitty Babkin. Itty bittiest. Nepal and I had a lot of fun last night playing Hey Maggie, playing Borderlands 2. We've been going through playthrough 2 of the main story now. We've been very productive. Nepal has definitely gotten her feet wet from playthrough 1. Very efficient sniper support gunner.
Even though playthrough 2, they are literal bullet sponges. That still annoys me.
Oh, it could be way worse. You go into any of the DLC, it makes these look unabsorbent. Yeah. Hi, Wild. I'm hiding in Ohio for a bit. It's not easy to hide in Ohio. That's a big, flat, empty area full of corn and soybeans and acrid. Corn, soybeans, and acrid, which they plant these orange barrel plants all over the place, from what I can tell.
In which some people rip the guts out and carve a face in.
No, not those. No, these orange plants. They're only around highways. They're cylindrical, and sometimes have little flashy lights on the tops of them for some reason. Yeah, that's what they grow around Akron. Lots of them. Which, by the way,
on I-75 too.
it was back on I-76 was back under construction around Akron. It was there. It seemed like it didn't run into any around Anthracon. A couple weeks later, going to Apollo, The construction came back. Detour.
Mm-hmm.
At least it was mostly just to be detoured, but still, it's like, when am I going to be able to just drive on 76 and it be 76 again? This has been over a decade.
When hell freezes over?
So you're saying when it gets freezing at Akron?
I'm from Ohio. Akron is hardly hell. It's bad, but it's no.
I mean,
Gary, Indiana?
That or certain areas in Cincinnati.
Fair.
no, you do those orange weird plants grow. They also have a weird plant that has a weird sign that tells stop or something around all the.
A flashing arrow that says, move over. We had a little bit of that on 30 as well. They're doing some resurfacing around where 23 and 30, just after 23 goes away when I'm coming back, or just before 23 going out. They're doing resurfacing there, which they're doing a good job of. They're like burning through it, but because that started after Anthrocon, and they already had everything stripped by this time, and at least one pass on each side I know has been paved. So awesome. So I'm expecting that to not be a lifetime project again. Made a little bit of a slowdown because I got stuck behind the convoy of doom that wanted to go 45, even though it's 55 limit construction zone.
Yeah.
And as soon as it broke and I was like able to get in the left lane again, I'm like, and it's now 70 again. They're all at 45. I drive a my car is not like a powerhouse speedster, but the Caliber was the street racing model from Dodge the years it was in production. I got pickup, yo. I could go from my 45 to 70 in a heartbeat. And fast.
Mm-hmm.
Wait till Ultimate Oh no, we're not making a playthrough 3. That's not happening. I mean, I'm near an airbase. Nice. Akron, I hear eating too much mayo gives you that. That's acne. Oh, nice.
Oh, wait. That means that that's Maggie that's near an airbase, right?
Yeah.
You're in the Dayton area, aren't you, Maggie? You're near right past the Air Force Base.
You're down by Aerofox.
Mm-hmm.
Akron freezes often enough. It does. Singing Gary, Indiana, Gary, Indiana, Gary, Indiana. Maybe. Yeah, Gary is one of those. Don't stop. Don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop. If you watched National Lampoon's Vacation, the first one, where they stopped to get directions and all their hubcaps got stolen, that's Gary. That's in my state.
Wait. They only lost their hubcaps?
I think they lost some other stuff too, but they... while they were getting directions from the guy that did end up giving them directions, yeah.
It's been a long time since I saw that movie.
It's such a good
The
one.
phrase when hell freezes over is kind of redundant, since hell Michigan is constantly frozen.
True
The
dat.
phrase should be when hell thaws out.
Aye. And now you're a bleached out act.
Because if you go through hell Michigan, you end up in paradise.
Aye. I figured I'd bust out this particular bunny. I haven't worn her as much lately, and she deserves a little out time as well. So,
Bleach
Bunnish.
time.
Hmm?
I'm
These
trying
are
not
very
to
nice, Bunny.
copy other people.
You're not a big silly. It's just because act is always a mulid. That's the only reason I said that. You're not
I don't know
a
how you. I figured out a phrase that blusters him.
what?
Kitty titties.
Huh?
I rated him the other day and I said that. He's like, no, don't.
Silly kitty. I don't know a ton of furs up here. Oh, I'm sure they exist. There's a lot of Ohio furs spread across the entire square that is Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're in the westerner half, you're pretty close to where I am because I am just the other side of the Ohio border here in Indiana. Like, seriously,
You're a
I'm...
little further.
Hmm?
You're a little further north, though.
Oh, then Dayton, yeah. True dat, because I'm near the top of the state. But I'm only maybe 20 minutes from the Ohio border, off of 30.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the southwest of Ohio. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, go down and hang out at Kings Island. Go ride the roller coasters. They got some good steel down there. This is very true.
Yes.
If you go to the north of the state, go up to Cedar Point and ride that steel because they got even more roller coasters up there. It's the roller coaster capital of the world, according to their park's name.
I like Cedar Point better.
I'm going to agree on that. Cedar Point's a much better experience overall. But if you're literally just next door to Kings Island, that's a 10-minute drive to Kings Island compared to a 4-hour drive up. Still fun. Still fun event. And they had, at least last time I went there, a good hanging basket coaster. I think it was like called Top Gun or something. It was a really good smooth ride, a really good pattern and stuff. It was a fun, big enough fun coaster to ride. And the girlfriend got mad because I wanted to ride it more than once. That was back when I had a girlfriend, so yeah.
I was going to say, that was a while ago then.
Yeah.
At least you have a steel coaster. We have one wooden coaster that's been around for over 104 years old. 160 years.
Huh.
Like, around there. And it's a wooden coaster. It caught fire once. We put it out. We kept it around. And let's just say it is the worst freaking coaster in the world.
I can see that. I don't enjoy the flipping. Oh, you mean like one of the loopies? I get you there. And sadly, I have a fear of heights. Oh, I am so sorry, dear. Well, Cedar Point would definitely be a better roller coaster option for you there. They have quite a few smaller coasters that are non-looping, like the Steel Dragon. That's a very good, fun ride that you'd probably enjoy. They were fun when I was younger. I was cut open to get the baby out. I'm sure I believe you. I enjoyed the Iron Dragon at Cedar Point alongside the Blue Streak. Good choices. Blue Streak, I have issues with because I'm bad at wooden coasters. I get migraines when I ride them because of the shaking. Iron Dragon, I have a fun story. That was in the zeros. Nice. Back when I was a little toot, like maybe 12 or so, my parents took us to Cedar Point. And after the fireworks and stuff, most of the people at the park were clearing out to leave. The park was still open for another hour. So we went over to the Iron Dragon where there was no line. Walked right up, got on, rode the roller coaster, got off, walked back out, walked right around, got back on, rode the roller coaster. did this about 4 times before the person running the roller coaster was like, "Do you want to stay on?" And we were like, "Yes, please." Cool. And she just asks us every time we come around, "Want to go again?" Hell yeah. Whee! Because there's no line, so even if someone came in, they're like, there's like 2 kids on this roller coaster, and there's 5 empty cars. Get in and have fun.
I'm that way with like the Superman roller coaster at the Kings Island here in Chicago.
Nice.
I could ride that thing all day.
Is that a lay on your belly type coaster? That sounds fun. I've never gotten to ride one of those.
I love those, and Cedar Point has one. Just as you go in to the left, it's a green one. It's the same type of idea, and I love that style.
Nice. Last time I was at Cedar Point, I was more late teens, and I did do a lot more of the bigger steel when I was there that time. Not the biggest stuff. No Millennium Force, whatever the hell they're calling their biggest scary monster. I'm not in it for the pointless fast. I'm in it for fun. I rode what at the time was called the Mantis, which was the stand-up coaster. I think it's changed names now. But it's an orangish red one. It had a really fun ride to it.
I think I know which one you're talking about.
That was a great coaster, and I could ride the corkscrew over and over again. That one is such a smooth, fun ride. I didn't want to ride whatever it was, the one with your hanging feet one. Being in a hanging basket coaster, one where your feet are dangly, not so much my flavor.
You might lose a shoe and accidentally kill
Hmm.
someone.
Can't I move? I heard a lot. Well, I hope you feel better there, Waystream. I remember that one. Didn't ride. Love the skirt. Thank you. It's a fun skirt. Whatever they call it now, I remember it changed names, but whatever they call the Mantis now was actually, it was a very good ride. The scariest part was just the initial hill, because you climb up the hill, like, yep, nice tall starter hill, like, I don't like this, don't like this, don't like this, don't like this, and then it does a turnaround before it does the down. Now, while you're up there at the top, going no miles an hour, the coaster goes, yeah, sideways, right before the drop. So you go around the curve, and you went, yeah, at no miles an hour almost, as you make around the corner to the first major drop.
No.
After that, though, the ride was amazing. After the first drop is over, goes right into a good smooth loop, a regular straight loop, does some other fast stuff, and then does a break point in the middle, and then does a lot of slower swirly things and whirly gigs and partial inversions. It was a very good, not just up and down coaster. It was a very swirly, fun coaster, and that's why I really enjoyed that one. I would exist through that first hill again just to enjoy the everything else. I got so queasy after I rode Guardians at Epcot 2 years ago, I couldn't do that stuff. I've never gotten to ride that one. Hopefully I do one of these days. If my tummy burst, I could pass away. Why, hopefully not. I hope you get fixed up there pretty good there in Wish Dream. 946. Okay, we're doing good on time. Me and Wooden Coaster in general are not good friends. The shaking just does not work with my head too well. We got Conga for our song. Nice. Sorry. Now, I loved quite a bit of steel down in Disney World, The problem is Disney World's lines and costs is expensive. The one in Magic Kingdom, the spaceship one, whatever that's
Spaceship Earth.
not Spaceship Earth. That's the golf ball in Epcot.
Oh, that's
Space
Epcot,
Mountain.
sorry.
Yeah, Space Mountain.
Thank you.
Space Mountain's a really good, fun ride. It doesn't feel fear of fall like you. I never felt the whoopsie daisy feel that you often get whenever you're climbing that first hill on a roller coaster. That is my least favorite part of any roller coaster is the first climb hill. After that, I'm enjoying myself. Rock and Roller Coaster in Hollywood Studios is a perfect roller coaster in my book. It is a launch coaster as opposed to a clink hill of any sort, meaning you pull out of the station, they give a countdown, and then your car just takes off. Your train goes. And it is a super smooth, super, swirly, not just straight up and downs ride. I think there are loops. I can't tell you for sure because it's a dark room ride. It's just really good and really fun. It's a great coaster. Last time we went, I did the solo rider line. Fopsy didn't feel like waiting in line for it, so I just went in the solo line, and I had a really good partner. We were in the last seat of our coaster, and me and him were just we were making happy shouts at the same exact times. We were both really jamming it. We didn't keep the picture or anything, but we had a really good picture at the picture point in the roller coaster of us together. I'm like, thanks, coaster buddy. You were fun. You did a good job. And he was like, yeah, you did good too. Yeah, I was like, yeah. Let's see, where'd I lose? The coaster ride will be okay. Go up, then lift in right. Yeah. I'm currently too big for it. Oh, yeah, the Guardians is the same kind of 3 loops on rock. Oh, there are 3 loops in there. Huh. And, I thought there were, but I couldn't be sure ever because I couldn't see. You hit them first thing on launch? Oh. Well, that means Fopsy's rode a looping roller coaster because she rode that. Oof, Unky took it up. Aw. Well, I bet you needed it. You probably need it, you big squishy fluff puffle. I could still feel the cut. It's not fully healed. Well, seeing as how you didn't tell me you were pregnant last time I saw you, I figure you mentioned everything. Yeah, a C-section takes a long time to heal. I may not ever ride, but it doesn't mean I don't look. This is fair. It is good to look up rides that you may or may not want to ride. So that is a smart move. Like, I don't want to ride Expedition Everest. I think that's the one in Animal Kingdom, where you go up to the broken track in air quotes and see the Yeti and whatnot. Because backwards, me no nopey. Me no nopey backwards. Reviews.
Blue Phoenix.
Huh?
Blue Phoenix.
Is
She
it?
that was fluff, and she is a roller coaster expert.
Review stuff to prevent getting on things with bad tones. I agree. I try and do that myself. If I'm going to a park or whatnot, I will look up all of the roller coasters and see what I actually feel like risking standing in line for and what I do not feel like it. How about Ferris wheel? I love them. Fopsy despises them. Like, flat out hates Ferris wheels. I'm okay with this. It's not like a thing I'm going to die by not getting to ride Ferris wheels, but just the way that the loop goes up and around, kind of the back and over thing, does not work with her tummy, which is understandable. Everyone has their things that get them, and that's one of the things that gets her is the Ferris wheels up and downsies. We happily will ride a lot more of the random weird shit though. Heck, the Merry Mixer or Scrambler or whatever you call it, the double swirlies. Oh yeah, we love those. Any of the zoom around short track things, great. So we do have a large variety of ridey type things we can enjoy together. And I will happily drag her onto certain roller coasters if I think she's really going to enjoy it, which has happened. I mean, she loved Rock and Roller Coaster and she loves Space Mountain, so there is that. Well, you spin around in reverse launch in the Guardians Coaster, then the cars spin you. It's fair. I probably would be okay with that one. It'd probably be fun. Yay, up and down. Yep.
Oh, you want a terror coaster?
A what?
The Space Terror Coaster. The Space Needle in Vegas has roller coaster on top of it.
No.
Nope.
There's even one where that
Nope.
slides you down off the edge of the skyscraper, then lifts you up back up the other way.
No.
Multiple levels of no.
All of the no. All of the no.
As if gambling your money wasn't enough, you have to gamble your life too.
Oh my god, no. I won't go up. No Space Needle. Yeah, okay. Maggie's agreeing with us. We're all noping on this. We have all given that a nope universally. Now, I started my love of roller coasters back when I was a little toot. We went to Idlewild Park in Pennsylvania, because that's where my dad's company picnic always was. And they had a little wooden coaster, not like a baby coaster or anything, just a small wooden coaster. And even as a kid, I would just keep getting back on it thing. And that particular dopey little roller coaster, little me kept getting on and on it. At first, they were like, you have to ride with a parent or guardian because you're too small. Then they were like, okay, you've been on this 20 times today. I don't think your mom has to ride anymore. I'll give her a break. Okay, you've been on this 20 times today. I'm not. You could just keep sitting there. There's no line. This is Idlewild. Enjoy the roller coaster. Tell me when you're done. Unky despises most roller coasters drops. I definitely can understand that. You'd probably be much better with a launch coaster than a drop coaster of any kind. They are a lot more welcoming because there's no clink clink kill at all. You go from a standstill to 60 miles an hour go. I dislike high elevators in the Marriott Marquise in Atlanta. Fair. I've never been on a roller coaster. Well, we should probably fix this. Maybe at least once. You probably enjoy yourself. We'll pick something easy for you to deal with.
No.
Okay.
I got the perfect ride for silver. They have a little caterpillar dragon ride that is for babies at my roller.
Yeah. I feel a bit okay. Well, I'm glad. Yeah, the ride's okay. Yay. I've never been too big on roller coasters. This is fair, Wild. But you have tried them, so that's all good. Unky's sperm donor forced him on a lot of those rides as a kid. And learned to hate them fast. You know what? That's fair. If you had a bad experience with the roller coasters, I can see why you wouldn't want to go back on. How about a banana boat? What, a G-string? I mean, well, that's a banana hammock. I'm assuming you're trying to refer to some kind of amusement park ride, but I don't recognize it by the name anyway.
Maybe it's a type of baby ride?
I don't know. The sunscreen? The only thing I want to receive at high velocity is your ante. This is fair. So how long till you two are going to be able to get together for at least a visit? I know that was coming up soon. You were going to go down and visit Miss Monica? in Anki 1 month and 20 days. Anki Tai, I got to be in their VR wedding a couple weeks ago. It was fun. Fopsy and I were the ring bearers.
Nice.
Calendar checked. Yay! Fun. Yay! Kings Island definitely has a lot of non-roller coaster rides too if you're looking for something just fun to do for a couple of days while you're in that part of Ohio though. It's right by Cincy. It's easy to get to. It's a very accessible amusement park. Got her disposable undies and her onesies and the ghost pepper baby powder. Perfect. Is that for when she's being naughty? For the fact that my, at the time, girlfriend was not a big coasters fan or liked half of the shit I liked at the at Kings Island, there was a lot of the stuff that she would still do, so, like, plenty that you'll be able to enjoy. I'm good for stuff to do. This fair. Bingo. I kind of blew a lot of the budget for the month. This is fair. I've never ridden a roller coaster. I don't think I'm missing anything. I've always been a wimp about it. It's one of those things I say, maybe give it a try once. Talk to somebody that knows what coasters are like and get them to pick you a really easy one out of them and give that a go. Coaster Ride is okay, but if you're pregnant, the baby will be out. And yeah, don't ride roller coasters when you are pregnant. That's bad. That can cause complications. Baby squishy roller coaster, go fast and go weird turny. Do not put baby in blender. Do not put baby in blender. Bad for baby. Also, occasionally, yes, does induce, pregnant to become unpregnant on the spot sometimes. Not necessarily will, but can, depending on how much baby is in there by now, etc., and your physiology. Don't auto-hatch your pregnant. Unless you want them to be an astronaut, then you're just pre-training. LOL. The baby controller holder in... Put the baby controller holder in a blender. Yeah, they will fly, I guess. Well, kind of. Not good for baby. Not good for the pregnant mom either, because that...
If you want your baby to experience the old Xbox controllers, go for it.
Babysitting mama. Nice. I think chat broke the plushie. Yeah, she's okay. She was laughing at all of you.
Phraseology in this. It's like, I never thought that in your stream I would hear this kind of phraseology.
Don't put a baby in a blender? Don't put the baby in a blender.
You're saying beyond that.
Oh.
Well, I mean, that... Unless you want a smoothie.
Smoothie. Baby smoothie. Yeah. Now, for anyone who's visiting from way out of town and is going to Anthrocon and staying around for a few days before or after, I would definitely recommend local amusement park, Kennywood. It is just outside of Pittsburgh's downtown area. You can get there by local transit buses. And it is a fun time. There's a lot of coasters, a lot of good rides, and it's fairly inexpensive. Also, the Pittsburgh Zoo, another thing you can get to by bus from downtown. It's a fun zoo. It's a very, very good-sized zoo and really great. And Kennywood created a Pittsburghism that I've had to explain to people. Gate to Kennywood's open. In fact, that was on in the Eaton Park. It was on a sign in there. Do you know where there was a sign that said the gate to Kennywood's open? bathroom door on the way out. This means you figured it out.
Yeah, I have an idea.
Well, I know their opinion of Kennywood. Okay.
What you people are talking about?
The gate to Kennywood's open.
I don't think I want to know.
Yeah, Utah has a similar
XYZ.
Caddie.
They don't have much love for Kennywood.
No, they love Kennywood. That's just it's just a rolling joke that the gate to Kennywood's open means your gate is currently open. XYZ. Check it.
Over here, we call it your barn door is open, your horse is going to get out.
Fair.
Oh, now I get it. It's the phrase of your flies down.
Yes. Gate to Kennywood's
Okay.
open. And it's so common a statement. There is a printed sign at the Eaton Park on the other side of on the inside of the bathroom door, aka to remind you, check your zipper before you go out there, stupid. Do they have swans at the zoo? I don't know. It's been a long time.
I've actually never been to Kennywood or the Pittsburgh Zoo. I'll have to see if I think next year we're going to try to go to the aviary or whatever it is.
Oh, aviary is a good choice too. There's a lot of fun stuff in Pittsburgh. There's also the Carnegie Museum and the Science Museum, both of which are really fun. Highly recommend the Science Museum if you want to go and just have a good time. It's meant for children, but do you know how many non-baby furs that we went with at Opafwa that played with all of the things? It's so easy to get lost in because it's an interactive science museum, so there's all sorts of things to do.
Yeah.
Also, it has...
It's like the Science Museum here in Chicago with the same thing.
We got one here in Indiana, in Fort Wayne, too. This is pretty small compared to the other ones I've been to, but at least it's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it has the Omnimax Theater, the 3D all-around-you movie theater in the Pittsburgh Science Center. And I've watched a few things in there, you know, the presentation-ies, and you're just like... And they show you the speakers behind all of the walls. It's like, oh, you think you've seen surround sound before? Check it. And they show you behind the screen. They're like, this is what you're hearing. Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
And your seats do the almost complete recline so you can see the giant dome around you. It's an experience.
It is.
No, it'd be crunchy, lots of baby bones. Yeah, don't do that. Right Game did stuff with that game. Do they have swans at the zoo? I am not sure. It's been ages since I went there. I have not gotten to check that, but every time I've gone, always a good array of aminals. Kennywood was showing. This happens. Yes, Kenny's wood was showing. Sounds like me. That's for kids, sir. Yes, my inner child is having fun. You know, our local science center is more aimed towards children. But when we went, there was 3 of us, all very much adult. It wasn't really a crowded day. And yeah, the 3 of us adults did a lot of the activities, like making the arch out of foam pieces and then standing it up. That was actually kind of cool watching us science that together. And we were like, oh my God, that was neat.
Kind of proven that furries have the mental age of 7.
That's about right. And there was display things where a guy came out and did presentations and whatnot. And he brought out the big thing of liquid nitrogen. And he played with it and did things. And interacted with us with it. And yeah, there were some children in the audience, but he had fun with us adults just as much as he had fun with the children. So, yeah. Also, people like us were prone to volunteer because we're stupid like that.
Like your own baby.
I would just play with water pipes again. Yay! Akron Science Museum. Nice. Liquid nitrogen is amazing. I agree. It is a strangely amazing product. And a culinary toy.
Yes.
Babkin went back into Babkin mode.
So I see.
I don't see a bow. Do you?
You don't
It
have
just
it,
means
you
you're
don't
not
have it.
dressed,
Well,
dear. You're necky.
Caddie.
Huh?
I had to put her bow in the washer.
Oh, okay, it's just in the washer. We'll get it out when it's
Yeah.
dry, okay?
That checks out.
Have you seen the banana trick before? Does it involve liquid nitrogen? If so, possibly?
Oh, I did an experiment a while ago. You take dry ice and soapy water. You get nitrogen bubbles.
Yee.
As you pop them, the
Carbon dioxide, but yeah.
smoke comes out when you pop the bubbles.
And very important, if you have dry ice in a cooler, don't stick your head in.
And don't put dry ice in a pop bottle, or Homeland Security will come by and think you're making bombs.
Probably. The reason why you don't put your head in the cooler with the dry ice, the CO2 is too cold to rise up out of the cooler, and you don't realize how much of it's in there. And if you put your head in there and take a breath, you are literally taking a breath of just mostly CO2, meaning no oxygen. Bad. You will pass out and fall into it. And now you are worse off because not only did you have no air, you have no air and you're stuck where no air is. And someone has to pull your dumb ass out and try and revive you. Probably with the kiss of life. Granted, at that point,
Stick your head in the heater to heat it back up.
I think you'd be fine on that. More along the lines of you just wouldn't have air for a minute.
Bunny.
Babkin.
I'm gonna go hang out with somebody I haven't hung out with a long time.
Okay, little girl, you be a good girl. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging with me.
Pet the bunny.
Pet the Babkin.
Good little bunny.
Good little baby Babkin. Teeny tiny girl.
Well, only one of us fits in a teacup.
That'll be you. I'm big.
That would be. I'm not the one with the teacup redeem.
You fit a shot glass then.
I mean, technically a Babkin could fit in a teacup.
Probably.
You're not wrong.
No.
College professor dipped half a banana in liquid nitrogen, used it to hammer a nail in, then shattered it on a desk. Nice. He ate the other end as it was perfectly still normal. That is amazing. If you stick your head into a bucket of liquid nitrogen, your head would freeze solid. Yes, I agree. That would definitely be bad. Don't do that. Liquid nitrogen is dangerous. Well, at the very least, liquid nitrogen in face, I think you start with third-degree frostbite, like right away. You would lose flesh.
Oh yeah, no, bad.
Oh, hi, Betamink. Welcome in. You'd be dead. Probably. Depending on how many seconds you were in there, I would say how close to dead you are and or how much of a skin graft you're going to need.
Unless you're Adam Chandler.
No.
You have a black foot that's indestructible.
Liquid nitrogen is not to be messed with lightly. Very correct, Maggie. Is very true. I was watching something stupid on the internets the other day, and apparently there's the 300 Club, where you're down in Antarctica on a research mission. You go in the sauna and heat yourself up to max. And then you put on your boots and you go outside. And then you have joined the 300 club, as your body will have jumped 300 degrees difference around it.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, no, not me. I'm good with that.
No, nope, I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm barely dumb enough to get in and out of the hot tub and the swimming pool or the sauna, let alone a lot of that stupid stuff. Let the trained person manage it. Exactly. That sounds stupid. I agree. But
That
think
sounds like some shit they would do to the new guy to haze him.
think about this though. You don't just take a vacation down to Antarctica. This is not a free trip zone. This is all smart scientist people. This is people who theoretically make us all look dumb that have gotten the permission to go down to Antarctica to do science. And they do stuff like that. Think about what stupid people do if the smart people are doing that.
It makes you wonder if they do the exact opposite if they're doing research on a volcano.
This sounds stupid. Hot water tub. This is some of the smart people, supposedly. I agree, supposedly. But hey, maybe they want to test their limits, see what they can and can't do, just to say they did it once, but it's a thing, apparently.
Sounds like to me they were bored and decided, you know what, we're gonna do this now.
Well, when you're waiting on all your experiments to run that could take weeks, maybe they were.
When
So-
you're bored as hell, you do stupid shit.
So straight into the ice. Well, you have boots on. Boots on. That was required. Boots. The stupid people to try ice swimming. Oh my god. I know plenty of people that have done that. In fact, I've known more than a few people that have done the penguin plunge.
Ooh, no.
I remember entertaining at a penguin plunge and watching all of the normals running into it, and I'm like, I'm happy being a costume character over here on the dirt, not in the water. Just because you know math does not mean you know not to stick your hand in running blender. True, but in the Antarctic, boots with fur, I would hope. Go ahead.
Do I even want to know what a penguin plunge is?
Oh, wintertime up north. They cut a hole in the ice. You jump in.
Oh. I thought it sounded like you go down a hill fighting on your belly, then fly into the
No,
ice water. Ice water.
they cut a hole in the ice. You jump in.
I think it'd be called hand ice at that point.
I didn't say this was fun or smart. It's a thing.
True.
I 100% promise you Unky would do that. What? The penguin plunge or the 300 degree challenge? Either way, you know what? Honestly, I'm not going to down anyone for trying either thing. It's not a end of the world. Either one is an end of the world thing. They're both just body shocks. So as long as you got someone there to pull you out if you cramp up or something, we're good. Because yes, were you a penguin? No. But yeah, I mean, they're not totally dangerous. They're not safe, but they're not inherently ultimate deadly items. So, you know. Well, the first part of a penguin plunge is lubing the penguin. No, it is not. 300 couple would be with the penguin. Oh my god, no. You do not go into the ice in the Antarctic. Okay, that would be suicide. No, I'm pretty sure even the stupidest scientist would be noping the hell out of that game. No. That's what I was talking about, the stupid people. Yeah, don't try both these things at once. These are not two hobbies to attempt at the same time. One or the other. Penguin plunges usually happen up in the northern states. Like, the one I went and supported at was it was either in Connecticut or Massachusetts or something at a lake. But they often happen up there in the New Englandy zone, and I've heard they can occur up in the Canadas, up where Unky Ty lives. Hey Jeff, watch me set a new record. Hey, yeah, how quickly you can die. 300 penguin plunge. Dress as a Spartan, then jump into a frozen lake. That'd be safer. And every time I went to when I went to the penguin plunge, there were a lot of emergency people on hand, just in case something happened. So they were prepared to rescue someone if they didn't do well. But everyone participating signed waivers and stuff and knew what they were getting into. Most of them had actually practiced before by jumping into cold water and stuff. They understood they were going for a body shock. In fact, a lot of them had done it before. If it's your thing, it's your thing, and you're going to do it again. It's an organized event, not a dumb random guy on his own. Exactly.
Kind of like the idiots that try to dive the deep blue hole in wherever it's at.
Yeah, we don't.
Dive into this deep, watery hole, and when our equipment starts screaming at us to get out, let's keep on going.
No. There's enough deadly places you can go spelunking in water, and I'm okay with not doing this. I like being less dead. And
Less dead is nice.
And a lot of these really dangerous ones are like around volcanoes, meaning the super straight down plunge that we're talking about is probably a vent tube to a volcano that you can't trust isn't going to randomly have a suck-in function. So you're going down, and all of a sudden, effectively a downdraft because volcano decided, air please. And you, instead of going down at a diving rate, are now going down at 100 miles an hour deep inside of a mountain. And you didn't bring an oxygen tank to swim back out. You just thought you were diving into the water. Avoid any cave exploration. Yeah. I only go to caves that are, like, mapped out and have guardrails and tours. Been to a lot of those as a kid. They're fun.
And won't crush me deeper.
No crushing death. No. No random exploring things like that. I have enough nightmares about getting stuck in rooms. Yeah.
The reason we haven't discovered the very beginning, we just physically can.
Actually, yes, there has been a diving bell that has made it down to the bottom of the Marianas Trench once. Two guys were in it.
We haven't done it yet.
They made it to the base. It was a long time ago, but yeah, they actually did make it down there. So.
And I think there was a submarine that a guy built, made a cast iron, and made it all the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
He didn't get pictures because he disturbed a bunch of sand, but he got there.
So it is.
Just as long as your submarine isn't controlled.
Yeah, that was. Besides, that was a Logitech controller, and I have that controller.
And it wasn't the controller that was the issue.
Yeah, no, it was everything else. Though I would have, out of everything that could have potentially gone wrong there, the fact they picked to use a wireless controller and not a wired one for this kind of situation, reduce all chances of failure when you're doing something stupid. Don't add wireless into the functionality. You don't know how Wi-Fi is going to react when you're under a whole lot of water and you're in a little metal reflective bubble. Like you get in and then the exit gets smaller. Yeah. And above water. Took forever to get out, I bet. Yeah. At least the spring for an Xbox one. At least spring. Yeah. Well, I mean, Logitech controllers are really good. It's just they picked the wireless one. Very specifically, I have the wireless version because when I went to buy it, they didn't have the wired one anymore. Fopsy had bought hers before me, and they only had the wired version. We have the exact same controller. It's just mine is wireless and hers is wired. Mine takes 2 AA batteries and has a little dingly bit you put in a USB port. Hers just plugs in. All the buttons are the same tech inside, the same resistors and whatnot. It's just Wi-Fi, wireless, non-wireless. And I would go with the current DualSense controller. That'd be way nicer. I am a bigger fan of the PlayStation's controller than the current Xbox one. That PS5 one is delicious. I had a similar one, and it was $15, but yours is probably nicer. Yeah, I actually have that specific model that they had in the pictures. The only difference is they added little cones onto the 2 analog sticks. Elsewise, yes, I have that controller. And it was about $40-50 when I bought it ages ago. It's a decent controller. It does what it needs. It was very PS3 in that sense. It had all the buttons that will work that way. And it reacted about the same way, so. And a PS3 controller is still a decent controller. Stand by that thing, 100%. Heck, a PS2 controller is a decent controller.
I'd rather get the Duke.
I've played with that. Even my hands are too small for it. The
GameCube controller.
The PS5 controllers and PC are still weird. I hate it. I'm annoyed by it. It's fair. I've only ever used my PS5 controllers on the PS5, but holding them in my hand, I find them a very comfortable controller. I like the layout. I like the grip size. And if you look back at the original PS1 controllers, you notice they only have little tinier nubs for the hand grips, whereas the newer ones have big wings. Do you know why that is? Because they weren't marketing towards 30, 40-year-old adults playing with them. They were marketing towards children's hand sizes. That's why the little nubs on the back for grippies on a PS1 era, PS2 era controller, and slowly phasing out as you had PS3 and PS4 and getting bigger grips. It's because they were based on a child's hand, not on an adult's hand. Why would you want a Duke? The 360 was a better control layout. Yeah. There was also lacking the analog on the first PS1. This is true. That only came out shortly after it was released. But that was a quick upgrade, and it was very well embraced by users and therefore very well embraced by game makers, which helped a lot. Either games were immediately just compatible with it as another D-pad that was more fun, or they were written with analog controls right away. And then when the PS2 hit, it was analog sticks all the way, so everything always had the options, which is way better. In fact, PS2 and I'd say Xbox 360 on, not much use the D-pad anymore. Like, you still had a little D-pad in PS1, Dreamcast, and the first life of the Xbox. But then the D-pad stopped being a directional pad and more of a 4 more buttons to do selections with or to change a thing with. I still find it funny that the D-pad that I grew up with and was amazed by has turned into just an accessory item that just is kind of extra buttons. I have fond memories of my third-party PS2 controllers. I had one that had games inside it. Nice. Sorry, fans inside. Still cool. I'm good with it either way. PS2 definitely had a good variety of third-party controllers. Many of those I would classify better than little brother controllers and more controllers I actually picked to use. Hi, Roxas. I see you dancing there. I had a couple Pelican controllers, I think was the brand, and they had way better grips than the regular PS2 ones. I loved the triggers a lot better, and they were a little bit bigger. They were, if anything, I'd say they're more closer to the shape of the current DualSense than they were to the PS2's controllers. Just they had the more of a wing, but still shaped more like a, not the one that looked like a boomerang, but ones that were just kind of had more of a fwang coming out of them. I would almost consistently use my green one of those ones over any other controller when I was playing on PS2. It's very dependent on what you picked up. LOL. Yeah. I have an array of different PS2 controllers because at the time, so many choices. I'm not saying I love each and every one, but I can say each one's a bit more of a different experience. I even got one that's similar to the, I got a big ass joystick, similar to the ones that PCs were having at the time, but it's actually a PS2 controller, and it's like a big old flight stick that I got at a used location. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to have that just because I have that. That is mine now. And yeah, I don't think I used it more than once or twice because I didn't have anything that would really utilize its needs, but it was neat. But so many different shapes and sizes depending on your hand type. You had options back then. Nowadays, you want Switch controllers? They're going to look like Joy-Cons or a Pro controller. There's no in between. They're either like off-brand Joy-Cons that maybe has a D-pad and can only work docked. My sister used one of those. We have one of those and we never use it because you can only use it when it's on the thingy. It doesn't have Wi-Fi. And if you get any other system's controller, they look basically like you're either getting a brand name one or you're getting one that looks similar to the brand name one and is guaranteed has to be wired or something like that. I have an off-brand Switch Pro controller. Yes, you're smacking my butt. That's what the noise is coming from. I don't mind, though.
I was wondering. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Noticed it, Paul. I was wondering how
Also,
you didn't realize.
you have to back up first, then come back. Because you were still in the hitbox, effectively.
Oh, I was wondering what that smacking noise was. I'm sorry.
You're fine. But yeah, you get like any Xbox controller, either brand name or pro level or whatever. It still looks like an Xbox, whatever the current model is. Same thing with PlayStation. Same thing with Switch Pro controllers or Switch emotes. But But back in the day, oh my God, the variety of how a controller could look from Atari era all the way up through PlayStation 2, even original Xbox. There were some wonky controllers at that point. You had some fun shit come out. A lot of little brother controllers, mind you. A lot of, yeah, that's the one you hand to little brother. That's the one the buttons maybe work on. You get the cheap Mad Cat. And
Funny enough.
from everyone from the 90s, you all know what a cheap Mad Cat means. E?
Mad Cats is still around.
Well, they're not what they were anymore. Their name got bought by someone else ages ago. Just kind of like Atari got
Still-
bought out.
They still make crappy controllers.
Yeah, but it's not the same company anymore. That company's been dissolved ages ago. Same with Pelican. Pelican made some pretty good stuff. I did like a lot of my Pelican controllers and accessories over the years. That one I'll miss. LOL, yeah. The flight stick would be great for old Ace Combat games. Probably, ha ha ha. A PC flight stick is so much money for a good one unless you're skilled enough to fix whatever condition the cheaper ones are in. Too many. Look after they threw the nice one into the wall, they don't get a good one anymore. This is very true. But yeah, in the video game closet, I have a pile of Atari controllers of different kinds of joysticks, and I have a pile of different PlayStation type controllers. Because I bought different stuff just to get different types of controllers, different options. I think I even have a couple of different N64 controllers. It was around there. They stopped making as many good fun ones for the Nintendo as little brother controllers, and or they were no longer... You could buy a used controller and it was just as cost effective as buying the shit used controller. So most of my N64 controllers were brand namies.
N64 controller just natively was a weird controller, though.
Yeah, by default it was weird. But they were...
Yeah, like you could either hold it in the middle and use the Z button or hold it on the sides. You couldn't really do both at the same time.
But they were groundbreaking. Also, there were actually games that used either one of the driving sides and the button side, or both of the driving sides. So, like, you'd use the arrow keys and the stick and those two triggers.
Huh.
Yeah, go figure. It's a weird controller, but they did make games utilizing it, which is really a good thing. And they got the analog stick before Sony did. It was only after they had it that the original DualShock came out.
Huh.
Which is also why Nintendo Stick was weird, and then after that, all sticks were more like Sony's, because Nintendo had to do it first before everyone else tried it, and then boom.
Mm-hmm.
Then we get the term Nintendo.
Boop.
For one of the games, they had to circle the joystick and your hand started hurting.
Yeah.
C4s made out of bales.
I just liked Mario Party games that involve Shake the Wiimote. Apparently, I'm really good at a certain action that involves shaking a Wiimote up and down really fast. I would always win those games. Just saying, apparently I was really good at that function.
When you live by yourself long enough, yeah, you learn to pick that skill pretty quick.
I had a messy PS2 flight stick that I knew nothing about when we caught it. The new design I've seen from Hori for the N64 controllers you'd like. I guess that was Nepal. Yeah. But yeah, I have seen some of the later model, the Hori style, Hori stylized N64 controllers. They really did make improvements over the years. Like they made ones that were a regular one-way grip only. So like your more like a modern controller where your D-pad and your analog stick were just on your left hand. So they did make improvements like that. Oh, those are like the last 5 years, I think. Yeah, I mean, that was definitely not during N64's era. That was definitely later.
No.
And then when we hit GameCube, dear God, the little brother controller companies did not know what to do. It's like, all right, what do you have? I have a game of Bop It in a controller. Try and figure that out, Mad Cat. Good luck. Now, I'm not complaining about that controller. Actually, I think it's a beautiful controller. It's a very versatile, very comfortable controller. But is not replicatable in any weird sense like everything else Mad Cats would do. I mean, they could make a Genesis controller any day of the week and add fun buttons to it and all that shit. Trying to recreate and make sense of a GameCube controller. I mean, I think they were having Mario's mushrooms before they figured out that design. But damn it, it's good. It's not perfect by any means. Their later iterations of controllers are better. But that was a very, very, very good controller. I will happily use that if I'm playing retro games on the Wii with it. I remember the second one we had was filled in the center and made bigger. Huh. Interesting. Micron or bigger. Now, there are still little brother controllers out there. You will still find them, but they're always boring anymore. The Wii had a plethora of them, but they all looked exactly like Wiimotes. I mean, they literally just look like Wiimotes that you're like, something's not right here. It's just not quite. The D-pad looks wanky, and it's silver for some reason. No. But I don't think we ever bought one because we always had plenty of Wiimotes, so that was never a problem for us. There were two of us. We had more than two Wiimotes. We had more than two nunchucks. We're good. You have all that you need, as long as you ain't breaking them. You have more problem making sure you had double A's for everything.
Yeah.
Micron was little brother size. Nice. At least there were Afterglow for a while. Those were cool. I'm fine with all these stuff like that.
Translucent plastic. That was
Oh, yeah. Oh, translucent plastic era on video games. I loved that.
oddly enough. I read somewhere they're coming back.
Yay! I had the translucent green N64, still do. I had the translucent purple Game Boy Color. I had the translucent purple Game Boy Advance. I even got the accessory kits for both my Game Boy Advance and my Game Boy Color in translucent purple to match the translucent purple body I had.
Ooh, nice.
They had LEDs inside. Neat. I love when things do that too. I loved that era of portables. I kind of miss it. You'd grab your stack of GB games, throw them in your bag. In most Game Boys, you could still fit in your pocket at the time. Jam in your color, your Advance, or your SP, and just you go. Try and do that with Switch now, and you break your sticks.
Yeah. And the need repairing, let me know.
Yeah. Boop.
We got another portable. PlayStation portable.
I never owned one, but I heard they were the best things to hack and turn into an MU machine.
Yeah.
Just
I did that.
Just lit up the insides, not the buttons. It's fair. One color only, but still solid Xbox. You know, that's cool. One story my sister's husband told me while we were there. When he was working at a GameStop, he had his modded PSP with him. And he's sitting there waiting around. Things aren't happening. He's playing Super Mario World on his PSP, and his boss comes up and says, "Yeah, that looks legal," and he's like, "Mm-hmm," and they both laughed, and he just walked away. I'm like, I didn't see nothing. Yeah, he did that in a GameStop and just like, what? I'm just showing the versatility of the thing if anyone actually questions it. Just
Now the PlayStation Vita is packable.
yay! Oh my god. It's legal if he has the card. Okay, not exactly. Okay, it is only legal. This is the extreme end of the rules. It is legal if you own the cartridge and you made the ROM file from it. Same ruling on cassette tapes and CDs and things. It is okay for you to copy that Blink 182 CD and run your burn copy in your car, which won't, if it gets stolen, you're out 20 cents for a blank disc. It is your copy, copied off of your copy. ROM files are technically not legal, though someone getting a search warrant to go check your house thinking you might have ROM files, kind of harder to get by. And the only way you ever get caught is sharing or downloading. So anything you already have, just keep your mouth shut. Anything you don't have, figure out a place you can download it that isn't BitTorrent.
Yeah.
Oh man, I have to buy the dumb hardware.
Unless your Ubisoft says, "Oh, gamers got to get used to owning their own games." Well, if we don't own if I don't mean owning, then pirating is.
Fair. Yes, you'd have to buy the dumb hardware. They're actually it's amazing. A lot of these things do exist, like ripping hardware for Nintendo and whatnot games, where it's effectively a cartridge slot and a plug you'd plug into your computer, and you could rip the game and turn it into a ROM. That's how ROMs came to be. Is someone got ripping hardware. It got easier once things were on a CD or DVD or Blu-ray type base, because then you don't need to have a special Nintendo pinout cartridge slot that you can convert to USB or serial or whatever. Fun fact, one of the dumb things I got randomly as a college student was a serial port adapter to N64 memory card slot. So you could take your N64 memory card, plug it into this thing, and then copy your files out. Kind of interesting.
Dumb.
It's
not dumb. The N64 cartridges are basically SD cards, aren't they?
They are. The only hard part is, does your computer even have a serial port anymore?
Fair point.
Yeah.
You know what it does? My cereal box has
No.
My Cheerios have a serial port on it.
Back in the day, there were two kinds of. Back in the day, there were two kinds of serial ports. Even there was the 9-pin and the 24-pin serial port.
Something like that.
And it still only used one pin to communicate with. Everything else was redundant.
Or was it 21? Was the odd number?
No, it was the same shape as the parallel port. It was just innie instead of outie.
Oh.
That way you couldn't accidentally try and plug your printer into the serial port.
What, you don't want to do that?
Why would I want to plug my Audi into my computer?
Yes. Oh, so you can improve your MP3 library on your stereo. Or update your GPS if it wasn't downloading correctly over Wi-Fi.
Or update better driving abilities.
I figured you were either backing up or loading other people's saves. Also, something I no longer have my USB zip drive, but I had a 100 meg zip drive and a memory card manager software for the PS2, which you could copy your save files from the PS2's memory card or a PS1's memory card onto the zip disks, which then you could plug into your computer and save elsewhere. But my worry about that kind of expired ages ago, and my love for my zip drive kind of died, and eventually that all got given to someone that needed it more than me. But I had the option for a while. Nowadays, everything saves on an SD card in most systems anyway, or just on floating hard drive space. So you just plug a USB hard drive in, copy the files out, boom, you have your saves. But there was so much adaption back then. Back before everything was basically USB and hard drive. Now we finagle with USB. Exactly. You don't need an Xbox memory card or a PlayStation memory card. One, they have a hard drive built in. And two, if you want to move your save, you just go buy a 32 gig USB stick, copy your Borderlands save onto there, and you go to your friend's house and you can copy it back off.
Or if you have PlayStation Plus, you cloud storage.
Same thing, yeah. You have options. It's not so much the memory cards of the yesteryear have been supplanted, and this is not a bad thing. And even things with kind of memory card situations like Nintendo products that use an SD card for additional storage space, it's actually just kind of a bonus, not a requirement. It's not like, oh, you bought Final Fantasy VII on the PS1. Did you get a memory card? Well, you're not turning your system off for the next 3 months till you finish that, are you?
And you're not going to finish it because you have to swap discs between each game.
Oh, you still can. The game would still be loaded. You just pop the lid and you swap the disc. The game would still be running. It is smart enough to do that.
Speaking of Nintendo,
Hmm?
I don't think they're ever going to touch VR technology since the virtual play.
Actually, they dipped their toes into that with Labo. They actually made a Labo kit. Yeah, but it actually had VR in that cardboard thing. They had some VR experiences in it. So they've dipped their toes in. It's not certain if they're going to jump head first into it, because Xbox has not been touching it, period. And PSVR has been kind of a tank as far as selling hardware. It's hard in
Xbox. Xbox has one, Ally Pro. They're teaming up with Meta, and they're making a green Xbox.
Oh, goody. Well, that'll be fun. Or saving into the cartridge so when it went back to the rental store, you had someone overwrite the save or not get the same copy. Yeah, I hated that kind of thing. I'm surprised that Xbox is finally going to try VR because, I mean, look how bad it's been for Sony. It's too expensive. You have to have. It's like buying a Sega CD. First, you had to own a Sega Genesis, and then you had to want to spend another $230 on a CD add-on for your thing that you've had for several years and has probably been worn out. And now you're going to try and piggyback off of that, whereas you buy a headset that's either a standalone model or one you're planning to use with a PC. That's a lot easier of a pill to swallow and a lot bigger of a library of software for anyone that wants to get into that.
Well, that's the PSVR 1. The PSVR 2 is actually a little bit better because also you buy an extra accessory to plug into your computer.
Yes, you can, but still, it was actually way too expensive for what it is, and what what is being offered on the PlayStation as far as VR stuff is just junk. If you're if you're not jacking into your computer, if you've invested the $500 in a $400 or $500 in a PS5 and PSVR 2, which is several hundred more dollars for that, and now you have a limited library of what you can do with that, you'd be just as well off buying a Quest 3 and either playing standalone or plugging into any computer you happen to have that could at least help you along a little bit.
But I will say some of the PlayStation VR are kind of moss.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying there's nothing good there, but it's like, do you want to get the thing with a dozen games or the thing with 500 games? You can get the thing with 500 games. This is not.
We only get our headsets. It's like being
And Job Simulator. I wanted to play Job Simulator pretty bad, and I did that.
and Blazing Sorcerer. Want to take out your question?
Weren't Xbox doing a thing with the ROG Ally? That's the handheld, the portable system, and yes, that is coming out soon. I saw some reviews of people that got to play with the test copies so far. So basically, they're making a kind of a Steam Deck, but for Xbox stuff. And this may or may not also be Steam compatible because Xbox has been toying with that being Steamable on their hardware. Meaning the Xbox brand as a whole might be dying, and just it becomes just kind of a TV PC, as it were, for playing games. Everything is practically being forced into online purchase only as opposed to physical media. So this is just the next logical step that they just kind of give up being unique and just become basically a TV PC with the debatable best controller in the market. I still prefer the PlayStation controller, and I don't use it much, but I like it better than the Xbox style.
Yeah, that's fair. Xbox is just way too chunky.
Even the newest models, the 360, the One, and whatnot, yeah, I just don't like the flavor of it. Then you buy a 32X. Oh yeah, you got to plug the mushroom top into your Sega CD monster. So you have the Genesis Tower of Power.
Yeah.
I think I own all the cables for a 32X now. I think. And I have one.
Because, I mean, and you look behind that stack, and it's
a spider web.
Nest. Yeah.
Because even though these things,
I've only ever seen videos.
I have lived with these items. Ex-roommate had the Tower of Power. even though the CD chunks on with that big old sidebar connector, no, there's still wires. Even though the 32X plugs in the cartridge slot, no, there's several more wires to that too. It's a spaghetti machine. I got plenty of enjoyment out of my PSVR. I'd still be playing it if it weren't for space issues. You know, that's fair. I'm not saying that you can't enjoy it. I'm just saying if you were given a choice of the PSVR or a PC VR headset, it's a lot harder of a pill to pick. I almost got a PSVR first because the VR1 was down to like $200-ish, and we had a PS4 at the time. And I was tempted to get it just to get it. But I didn't in the end. LOL, I didn't get any of that add-ons and sold my Genesis. Not only did I not sell my Genesis, I adopted people's abandoned Genesis. So I now have Genesai. not to mention all of my other Genesoids that have joined my army, including the 2 mini Genesis that were actually made by Sega, the Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 models. But I do own one of the early at-game ones that has the cartridge slot on the top of it. And unlike people's reviews saying, oh, you're playing with that like for 5 minutes and you'll never play with it again. Oh, I play with the thing a good bit, actually. It was like $50, and I got a lot of game out of that thing. And since it automatically had our RCA adapters instead of being out of an RF adapter, it actually had a better picture on my TV than my original Genesis did. And it had regular controller ports too, so I could plug in my good controllers to that thing. There's nothing wrong with it. I think I had 2. I also got the At Games portable Genesis, the second model that had 6 buttons. And here's the very important part, an SD slot.
Ooh.
And I had an 8 gig SD card lying around. Do you know where you could fit in 8 gigs?
Also, game save data, the lot.
Like, basically, all of the Genesis library could fit on an 8 gig SD card. So I just, oh, this is your life now, 8 gig SD card. Click. I have a portable system that plays the entirety of the Genesis library. You can't, save states doesn't work in that thing, which is, fine and all. So you can't play any rolling games like Beyond Oasis. But you can basically play all of these games. And the biggest complaint I heard from everyone was, oh, on these the sound stinks. I'm like, I don't care. I have every Genesis game in my hand. I don't care. And sure, I'm not going to be on for long, but yes, you can join. All of the games. I bet I still suck at Vector Man. You probably do. I bet I do too.
I'm being honest. The reason he plays that Genesis Sonic. He only played Genesis Sonic.
Genesis Sonic? Genesis Sonic's the best Sonics.
Yeah.
And Spinball. Spinball was a really good game. I loved that one. I know a lot of people rag on Spinball, but that thing was the shiznit. I was bad at the library. You don't have to be perfect. This is not a rule. And no, I don't hardly use that thing because you know what I used a portable game system for? When I was traveling somewhere and I was not the one driving. You know what happens every time I'm traveling somewhere anymore? I'm the one driving. So I have to care more about what MP3s I've loaded up than what game systems I have packed. Spinball's fun, but I couldn't finish it. I don't think I ever finished it either, but I had a great time with it. And we are being invaded by a lazy. They're a sweetheart. They should behave, hopefully. I don't think I cleared level 1.
Popsy gets to play with portable games.
No, she usually sleeps in the car when I'm driving. I made it to the last level. There were only 4 levels in Spinball, and I did make it to the final level. But I could never beat it. Hi, Lazy. We're in the basement, and I am streaming, so you're free to join us, of course.
I'll stay over here.
You can come be on camera. I don't mind. You're cute.
Aw, I'm shy.
No one's gonna mind. You're cute. Lazy's being shy at us.
I guess I can't play pool.
Oh, you can't grab the sticks? Sorry. My introduction to Puyo Puyo was the mean bean. Nice. That was definitely one of the ones on a few of the reprint systems I have. So I have a copy of that now. I'm still not great. I played it once or twice, so my quality of that is nope.
Like I told some of the games for the Sega Saturn, Panzer Dragoon really needs a remake. So does Knight.
Yeah, those two definitely were on the list of would be amazing to get copies of, but Saturn is one of the systems I definitely don't have or any normal way to emulate, but I do own two games for it on disc. I had a Battleship, which was interesting. Nice. Overlooked.
Saturn's just a Dreamcast.
And I had a Dreamcast, but I gave it to my ex-roommate, Dave, because he really loved it. And I'm a nice fluff, and I had no love for the system, so it became his.
Oh, so you talk about an overlooked system, Dreamcast.
It was such a transition point. It had a dial-up modem built into it.
I read about that.
It was late-end CD type discs that were not quite regular CDs. It did the 4-port thing. It was very much multiplayer, both local and they were trying for the internet-based. By the way, Lazy, this is Nepal. She's one of my favorite good girl mods. And this is Crystal. She's a silly lily. And Lacey is lazy. And it's very sweet.
I try.
You do a good job.
I was gonna say, sure, if Caddie says you're sweet, then I'm sure you are.
If Caddie trusts you to come in
No.
while I'm streaming, you're cool.
Well, I'm not. I don't mean to cause any trouble.
You're not trouble. You're good. Oh, I think we discussed the Gundam game on it. The one that was like MechWarrior. Poor Dreamcast was so easy to hack and pirate. Yeah, you just needed that one disc that just brought up a demo game, popped it out, and popped in your Hacksaw copy game, and it beat the copyright protection.
I don't even think. I think it was a demo disc for a cheat thing.
It was a demo disc that
Like
came.
It was like a Game Genie type.
It was just a demo disc for demo games, regular demos that came with a magazine.
Yeah.
It wasn't a cheat or anything. It was literally just like demo disc with trial games on it that were like a handful of partially made games. And all you had to do was put it into the point where it passed the quality check, pop it out, put in your burnt disc.
Yeah, and I think it was it Instant Replay or one of them. I remember Larry Bundy talking about it, and he said it was a demo disc for a cheat game. Like you put it in, you type your code in.
Oh,
The cheat. Like Instant Replay or whatever.
well, the cheat
And
thing
then-
also worked. That was another one of the ways you could do it. There was a cheat disc game, and there was actually just literally a demo game that did it. So you could
And
get...
up to that point, they said the Dreamcast had a good DMR section.
Yeah. People were already looking at ways where they could pop the system open after the game read and put a different game in. But once that first demo disc came out that worked, it was free reign. And then there was the Game Sharky type one that came out that
Yeah.
it was basically just, it wasn't even a screw around. It was just, you got this. You're in.
It seemed like Saturn had a problem with that. Sega had a problem with everything. Because Kaio Flying Squadron, if you got the demo disc, they accidentally put the cheat in to skip levels. So essentially, You had the full game at the cost of a demo disc.
Cutie. Poor Dreamcast was so easy to hack and pirate. Yeah, wow. Sniffer! I see a tail. Yep, that's Lacey back there. Lacey's a good fluff. You're a good. Lacey's also shy.
Just a bit.
Don't worry, I don't have a big crowd. Only 12 people or what? Oh, last I looked because my screen froze.
I love that avatar, by the way. That's awesome.
Oh, I'm up 13 now. There's 13 people that could potentially see you besides the three of us.
One of them is
Yay! So you can see yourself.
And one of them is me.
Lovely avatar and shy. Yes, Jack. Yeah, lazy shy. But pretty and sweet and wonderful. And sang karaoke with me on Saturday.
Oh, nice.
I didn't sing very much. I didn't know half the songs.
It's okay. I didn't know half the songs either. And sometimes I was faking it real good, just reading the words. Meow. Meow, I say. Meow. Also, that is a clonable object in case you need it. I do have it saved as well. Oh, really, Jack? Oh, really? Well, I'm about to make someone explode with blushing.
I see the chat.
Lacey, you're a good
Yeah?
fluff. You're a sweetie, pretty fluff. You're a very, very, very nice cutie pie. I really appreciate you. You're a special, special one. I love when you come and hang out. I love when I run into you when you're hanging out with Fopsy or Doogie. And I get to come see this sweet, soft-spoken, good critter who just wants to make everyone happy when they're around. And they may be a shy little floof, but they're very important to me. They make me very happy. Yes, you do. You're a good floof, Lacey. Good floof.
Thank you.
You are welcome. And this is what happens when someone does the lovey talk redeem. But I will say,
dear.
everything I say is always true. I don't make stuff up. I just say it in a more fun way.
I wouldn't expect you to.
'Cause you're a sweetie fluff, and you deserve all them kind words. Just facts.
Oh, thank you.
That's part of karaoke. Yeah. Singing badly and not knowing the words is part of karaoke, Jack says.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Because you'll pick a song. Yeah, I know this song. It's my favorite song. No one else knows it. And then someone else picks a song. Yeah, this is my favorite song. No one else knows it. And then a song will come up, and the answer is, like, I know one song by that person, but I don't know this song.
It's hard to pick songs that everyone knows.
That's why I just pick ones I enjoy singing myself. And if everyone else enjoys it too, then it's a bonus.
Yes.
The one Hoobastank song and Let the Bodies Hit the Floor, I think, was two of the few songs that I picked that everyone got into.
But you did a Hoobastank song?
Crawling in the Dark.
Interesting.
It's a good song.
Huh.
Then again, if you want to play a song that everybody knows, you stick with the classic "Don't Stop Believing" by Journey.
Don't stop believing. Well, yeah, we did a lot of Journey. Because Fopsy likes Journey too, especially.
The I Can Only Count to
Yeah,
4
Flatbread.
song was one that I hadn't heard before.
Oh my, yeah,
That was good.
that's a meme as it all get out.
Oh, of course.
It's fairly new, so don't feel bad you didn't know that one. Fortunately, being based off of Let the Bodies Hit the Floor, the tune's easy to get
No,
into.
I wasn't. I wasn't disappointed with it. I just hadn't heard it before.
We will get you all the memes. We need to get Lacey more memes.
I need more memes.
I want them to have Pull the Wool Over Your Eyes to be an available song at that karaoke. Because I would totes do that. I thought it would be, I get knocked down, but I get up again. You ain't never gonna get me down. You get knocked down, get back up again. I don't remember any more of the words, but I get knocked down. I get back up again. Oh, and plenty of Queen songs. Like, even people that think they don't know the words to a Queen song, as soon as it starts playing, and they'll join into We Will Rock You. And then another one will come back and they think they know all the words to it. And they find out how wrong we all really were over the years.
There were a couple songs last night that had extremely questionable lyrics that I hadn't heard before.
Yes.
You pay more
Was that
attention
part of
to
your
the tune.
plan?
You know, sometimes it's fun when you actually know something has like questionable parts to it and bringing that song in because people think they're getting into something clean and all of a sudden it's like, wait, this song's about sex? I mean, we didn't do Take On Me or anything like that because that song is definitely about sex. It was on my things I was considering doing before, I was running out of time on Saturday night.
Pour some sugar in the could be on.
Pour some sugar. Ba-dooby-dooby-dooby-doo. Oh, we usually do Bohemian Rhapsody at least once. I don't think we did it this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
That is fun to do as a group.
I will say, Caddie,
Hmm.
next time take
Take what?
she likes Babkin.
Take the Babkin?
Yeah, she likes him.
Well, if we do karaoke, it's not every Saturday, but some Saturday nights. We do it. It's fun when we do. You have to have a bad time with that. But we try not to do it every week because then we don't want to get old. But, every few weeks it's like, haven't done karaoke in a while. Quick, figure out which songs you remember the names of and the artists. Then figure out how to spell them. And then grumble because when you try to look up Pink, you figure out she spells her name P exclamation point NK. And if you search PINK, you can't find anything there. But you search correctly, you get all the songs they have of hers.
Yeah, you get the same thing with Pastor.
Hers would be good for karaoke.
And then you make people cry when you play some of her songs and they realize halfway through how sad the song is. And you're like, yeah, that song's actually sad. Wait, what? Wait, what is this song about? Oh, it's about their friend / lover passed away. So the song starts out with, oh, you're never going to leave me kind of thing. Everything's good. We're bestest forevers. And in the end, it circles around to, and you said it'd last forever. And it's like, oh, stab me right in the heart space. Damn it. Such a good song, though. I love that one. It's one of my ones I sing along to when I'm grocery shopping. Voodoo came up over the weekend, too, so that was fun. I picked that. I'm not the one who's so far away when I feel the snake bite into my veins. Never did I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came. I sing that to myself a lot in fursuit at cons when I'm out and about by myself. Because it seems so painfully appropriate. Because it's a drug trip.
I think the hardest songs for karaoke are ones that don't have a really steady, recognizable tune.
Yes.
So there were a number of those.
And if they don't have a good karaoke audio track for the song, even if they do have a good tune to them, if it's not there to listen to while you're doing it, you're going to lose your beat. I mean, some songs like Voodoo, I know that song so well. Even if the track was bad, I had the tune in my head. I was ready to just keep going.
It didn't help that I'm in Europe, so I had a significant delay on all of the video and everything.
Oh, don't feel bad. Compared to everyone has a very different experience when you're doing group karaoke. You will, if you sing to what things should be for you, it will never be with anything else unless there's a person physically in the room with you. So Fopsy and I together will match. No one else matches each other or us when we're singing together. And that's okay. You're all having fun, and that's the important part. Big kitty cute face. You're a big kitty cute face. But yes, that is a big kitty cute face back there.
Yes.
I looked for Sweet Caroline, but the world doesn't have it. So sad. That's right, Dell. They didn't have your Sweet Caroline. Sweet Caroline. Do, 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 do. Just an adorable pink bunny and a pink tutu singing voodoo in a dude's voice at night in a parking lot. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that checks out.
This has happened. Also, Green Day, Do You Have the Time? That's another one I will happily just, as I'm walking around, sing at CODs in my fursuit while I'm, just puttering around waiting for people to notice me.
Yeah, or pretty much any Green Day song, really.
Yeah, they're good for that.
Yeah, they are.
Anything.
Their new album. Their new album is good.
I don't have their new album. I need that.
They just released it last year, I think.
Definitely don't have it. I haven't got any new music in a while.
It's good.
I'll put it on the list.
They've been around over 30 years now, and they're still producing good music, which is insane.
Yeah. Very few groups can say that they're doing that. Weird Al, I think, is around the same age, and he's, as far as been producing music. And he doesn't want to give up anytime soon. He's actually having too much fun with it. One of the artists you could definitely say loves what he does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Also, really nice guy. 100%. Every time I've seen him in person, not in singing, he's always been so friendly. And anytime he's not busy singing at a concert, he's been so welcoming to the crowd and very inviting. He's just this guy,
I want to meet. I would love to go see one of his shows.
I swear, he picked to have a concert in Pittsburgh during AnthroCon more than once on purpose.
I don't doubt that.
He did.
Exactly. He's really hard to stealth, but I bet he could have trench coated his way into Anthrocon and stealth enjoyed it. Now, I don't mean like getting it. I mean like he did registration, but I mean just avoiding the public realizing it was him.
Yeah. I guarantee if he registered for AC, that would get a ping from our reg director, and they would handle that directly.
That would be a kid gloves kind of situation where,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, here's your badgie. You has badgie. We'll mail you yours. We'll just you do you have a or do you have a person? Do you want to have come pick it up? Do you have a person? We'll send your person in, and they'll be like, I am such and such for Mr. Y. Ah, you're here for Mr. Y's badge. Here's Mr. Y's badge and a T-shirt and the whole goodie bag. We're comping the whole goodie bag and everything because we think you'll enjoy it.
It depends. It depends. He may actually not want to. He may actually want to just pay his way. I don't know.
He might. He just wanted to see the furries. I mean, mascot head. True, he could. I mean, this did happen a few years ago with one of the guests of honor. The guy that played Haida in Retsuko. Someone made him a fursuit head, and he had a ball being Haida. He loved Anthron. He had a great time. He was like, "This is great. This con's amazing." Weird Al outlived
Was that at AC or was that MFF?
AC because he was in the parade and everything. Also, I got autographs.
I've just heard about that one.
I got autographs because I may be friends with the guest relations people, and I said, Sherry, could you give me autograph? And she's like, oh, I can, but all we have is Haida pictures, and that'd be okay. Yes, dear God, yes, that's what I wanted for. So we have 2 autograph Haida pictures for us, framed and sitting up.
Gosh.
Yes, we framed it.
Nice.
I don't want Durcon, but Legoshi from Beastars, his voice actor showed up in one, and then somebody made him a fursuit head.
That was
Nice.
FWA, I think.
Ben Diskin, thank you, Maggie.
Ah, that's right. Yeah,
I do love it when people. I do love it when guests of honor just kind of adopt themselves into the fandom at a con.
Mr. The guy that made Yoseki Yojimbo, he got to be guest of honor once. Yeah,
Stan Sakai.
and then he kept coming back because he had too much fun.
I think I was there for that one. Was that like 2004 or 5?
Nah, maybe. Wait, let me see.
Was that,
I'd have to look at the
was that,
wiki.
was that before I moved to Pittsburgh?
I think that was one of the last ones in Filthy.
06 would have been the last one in Filthy.
06? I thought 06 was... No, 06 would be the first one because I went to 04 and 05. Those were my first 2. And then it was in Pittsburgh. I had one Adams Mark, the Weird Marriott, and then Pittsburgh.
The Marriott was 07, I think.
No, it was... You mean the Weird Marriott in Philly? No, that was 05.
The temporary one after the Adams Splat.
That was 05. That's the year Bursty was born. And she was born into that hotel. I received her in 05 in that Marriott.
Really? I thought...
Nope, that was 05. 04 was my first Anthrocon. That was the last Adams Mark. 05 was my second one.
Right. That's right, because next year is going to be our 20th year in Pittsburgh. That's right.
Happy almost 20.
That's right.
04,
Yeah.
Caddie, 04 was your first AC?
Yep.
I think that was my first con.
03 was my first con. That was in the Czech Republic.
I definitely didn't go to that one.
That was Eurofurence. Eurofurence number 9.
I do remember Uncle Mother talking about the technology problems during that con.
I was there for technology. He was not kidding about he joked about touching the center pole of the tent. And they all went white in the face and told him no. Because yes, that was where they grounded all the wires.
What?
It was a tent, and there was an AV set up, and they had to ground them somewhere. They used the main tent pole. 04 was the year I was like, "Aw, and I missed you." Well, maybe one day I'll see you at another one, Dell. And just shows up and not in fursuits of his Screws' characters. Of his acted characters. Yeah.
By the way, it is almost 11:30 for you.
It is. Sadly, it's time to wrap the world up.
How you're talking about that your band, Pink, had sad songs?
Yeah.
Seems Pink has a curse to that. Pink Floyd had the same thing.
Lots of sad songs that people didn't realize.
Yeah, Comfortably Numb, Hey You, and Wish You Were Here.
Oh, a lot of songs are really secretly sad or about sex.
Because one of their band members died of cancer, and their lead singer made those songs dedicated to him.
Yeah.
Maggie.
Good night, Maggie. Yeah. Sex, drugs, or sad. Those are your three choices. That's most music, period. It's rare you actually have a happy song that's not about... Yeah, drugs was one of the ones I listed there.
Oh.
Sadness, drugs, or sex. That pretty much covers everything. In fact, sadness basically covers all country music. Because that's when your pickup truck and your dog and your wife all left you.
Modern country like that. Older country had religion stuff.
Well, at that point, I let's
Like
call
your
that...
Johnny Cash.
That's more religious music that just happens to be country-esque. Anyway,
Trucker music.
let's see which victim is on that I'm going to annoy. Who's next over here? Who's on that I haven't bothered in a while that I think might enjoy it? Zoe's not on. I got her last night. It was nice going to Miss Zoe's place. She was always inviting. Got a bit of a toss-up here. Got a few that I wouldn't mind annoying. Let me see. What's that one doing?
Rating people.
I'm going to raid out in a second here. Yeah, we're looking to see who's the... who needs annoyed on my list the most.
There we go.
You know what? Yeah, I think he'd be a good choice tonight. That's my victim. Decisions made. Decisions made. Good or bad, that's what's happening. Okay, get my parachute thing. Well, I mean, that's the icon. It's the parachute thing goes to the search for who you're into. And
That's fair.
there he is. Not someone I do raid to a lot, so you're going to recognize this little critter. But I'm being nice to my red panda friend, because he's always really nice to me. Treats me like an equal, not like a lowly, not as important streamer. I hate when people act like that to other streamers. It just doesn't ever feel right. He never treated me like that. He always treated me like I was just as cool as him. And I don't think that, but I mean, it's how he treats me. So I want you all to be good to Nilet. Give him lots of attention and hugs and stuff. And say hi to Miss Adolpha and Tricky. I see them in there. And Squirrely's there. I'm just looking at the screen who I can see. But yeah, I'm going to raid out. You be good to Nilet, and I will see you all again next time. Probably tomorrow for some games while I sew. Till then, love y'all. Bye. Beep-whoop. And quickly stop streaming. Stop.